Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville. Welcome back to Lustria, because we got lizards in Lustria. I was thinking we might do a little glowy something on this right here, just for funsies. It'd be kind of a little bit different than the usual more like obsidian type of a thing there. Hey there, Armored Wolf. It's actually thinking of making this glowy here. First I was thinking blue, but I don't know, might roll with something more like a red or magenta or something like that on this thing here. Not sure why. I just thought it might be fun, right, Landris? How you doing there? So we've got these. When I saw this one, Armor Wolf, I just thought of the old lizards. That was my very first color scheme there, that green with kind of the orangey stuff. So I thought it would be kind of fun to do that same scheme again. Never did it in oils. That's probably the one scheme I've never painted with the oils. So we should give that a try. So Landrest, I saw the sponges out there. That can only mean pre-glaze, right? But I tell you, this was pretty wild. Like I said, this might have to be a thing here. Obviously, it's going to be a thing for the next 3 Thursdays. But I think maybe looking ahead, might need to do a little bit more of this stuff right here, Ryan. Oh, geez, Ryan, I don't know if you get a chance to see this. I'll try and send you these pics. So remember those images that I was painting up at Gen Con? I showed you those. I chopped them up into 4 pieces, and we painted one of them with four. Well, obviously, here's our 4 different pieces here. Look at this. We added a planet to this one, and obviously all the clouds and such. So this is pretty cool, Ryan. I'm going to be doing this on a bunch of Thursdays. Hopefully everything is going really well. I'm going to just start doing dry brushy stuff here because, reasons, whatever. Let me get these other two guys first. Oh, I didn't get my Radiant Violet out here. How am I gonna make Radiant Gray if I don't have my Radiant Violet out here? What happened to you? Where are you? Where did you go? You gotta be around here somewheres. Maybe this is it. Alright, let's get this rolling here. Oh, there you are. You totally disappeared. That's what I'm looking for. So Ryan, maybe wait a little bit before you post some links there. When there's some more folks and such. Okay, now we're back to where we're supposed to be. There's our radiant green, the violet. That sort of makes this a little bit of a grayish type color here, and we're just gonna rock and roll super quick, like we do. Who knows? Maybe we do a glowing thing on this up here too. I don't know. Okay, there's that one. Oh, he has a regular, more kind of a Lizardman type weapon right there. So great to see you, right? So yeah, I took those, chopping those things up. It's kind of a testament, Ryan, to the composition, because if it works, if you get 4 decent compositions out of one chopped up thing, well, the composition, therefore, at least by my rationale, which is all that matters, that counts as a success. Let me roll with some of this on Mr. Lizard right here. So thanks for prepping these, Armored Wolf, because there was zero time. I mean, there was barely enough time to prep these things with all the craziness going on and stuff. So yeah, just being able to literally slap some primer on these things, find the old color scheme picks, and start rocking and rolling. That's a huge help. Last one. Again, there's nothing complicated about this here. Now, Ryan, have you had a chance to do some more painting over the last 2-3 days there? Hopefully so. And, well, hopefully Charity's feeling better there. Well, maybe by tomorrow. Armored Wolf, between the Adepticon meeting and Gen Con, I was like, oh, well, no, just wait till Just wait till we're hanging around again. That might be a little while. At least in person. Just a little while there. Now, actually, Ryan, that is something I really need to get going. Is a bunch of terrain painting. Don't be surprised if you start seeing some of that on stream pretty soon. All right, let me get to something a little lighter here. Oh, I meant to use the other brush. Oh well, it don't matter. No big deal. Now, here's hoping you get back to some more of your painting. I'm just glad, just in general, Ryan, that you've had yourself a little bit more time/energy to be able to do that. Speaking of time and energy, Michael, I think you're pretty much all set to go for ReaperCon, right? Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Nice to see you there, Juno. So, Michael, here, check this out. So, this is one of 4 pieces that I cut apart of a larger painting. We did these last night on stream. Here's another one here. These were just some paintings that I did in the Badger booth, just with the airbrush. And then, as you can see, we embellished. Look at this, Michael. Yes, we embellished these just a little bit with our hairy sticks. Looky there. So I mean, that was literally one of the original, airbrush starburst thing. That's the size of a quarter, because that's what I used to mask that off with the airbrush. So great to see you there, Michael. Michael, it's no big deal. Well, I mean, we're going to be doing 3 more sessions, Michael. So great to see you there, Juno. I hope that you are doing well. Well, it is still a happy Friday. Yeah, it's still a happy Friday here. So Michael, I got 3 other paintings that I did in the booth. We're going to do the same thing. They're all different color schemes. So we're going to chop them up, and we're going to do the same thing 3 more times. And Michael, I like it so much that might happen some more. Yeah, that might actually happen some more, because that was super fun. I really enjoyed doing that. We call it the Thursday Challenge, or Flat Thursday Challenge, Michael. Yep, we call it the Flat Thursday Challenge. And of course, again, Michael, why don't you share some stuff? Anybody that's going to ReaperCon, well, geez, Michael, is it too late to sign up for your classes? Yeah, there's always maybe folks that they can't make it, so maybe a last minute they have to duck out or something like that. But if you want to post your event, the Reaper event schedule there, why not, right? Can't hurt, right, Michael? Everybody, again, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Michael, it was a really neat way to demonstrate things like edge contrast. I mean, as in like a super interesting way to show off things like edge contrast. That was that's why I think that's got to happen some more, because I think it was a great teaching tool there, Michael. And well, I mean, we kind of have a mild obsession with that here, I guess. So yeah, I'm gonna roll with this here. I might even tempted to. Oh, what the heck! You only live once. So this will be the different thing that we didn't do the first time around. So you can still sign up for the Get Good class there. Sessions 1 and 2. They're also free. Free old charge. Check out again that ReaperCon events schedule. Check that out. And again, everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis. So Michael, you're going to be able to do, I guess, a few more streams before you head over there, right? I used to think so. Yeah, let me get some stuffs out of here. Now, I'm gonna grab me some. Now, this is the destroyed brush that we were using. Look at this thing. Look at that. That is what we were using to create all this. Was this destroyed brush right here? Now, that to me is endlessly amusing. Oh, hey, Michael, check this out. So we did a whole bunch of new. We have a new video. I think actually there's pictures of these on the Instas now. Did 5 different kinds of trees, including the first ever fruit tree. Now I said that this was oranges, but we said, that could be peaches too. So oranges, peaches, whatevers. We got ourselves fruit trees now. The hobbits are gonna be super happy, right, Ryan? I think the hobbits will be very delirious about that particular development there. Ah, okay, that's cool. That's cool, Michael. So yeah, Michael, those are the FDM trees, and this is what, like, episode 5 now, pretty much overall, about the trees and everything. Starting out from just literally taking the raw supports, making trees out of them, then 2 different ways to sculpt them, actually 4 different ways to sculpt them, and then painting those. So yeah, we there's been a little bit of stuff going on. Mm-hmm. Nothing, nothing goes to waste in Wapple. Hashtag no waste in Wappleville. There you go. All right, so we're gonna do somethings like this. We're gonna do somethings like this. Also here. All right, something like that. Ryan, if you want, oh yeah, Ryan. Geez, sorry. If you wanted to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. It is that time now. It is that time. Fabulous oil painted miniatures by Ryan. Juno, if you wanted to share stuffs in the chat too. I thought I might have already asked, but I might have forgot. Ah, that's fantastic. Well, say hi to Rhonda and such for me, Michael. Say hello for me. And I'm sure you're gonna have a blast. I'm sure Rhonda's gonna have a blast. Because Rhonda's doing classes too, right, Michael? Thank you so much. And everybody, please check out that link that Ryan just shared again. You got some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. No problem there, Ryan. No problem. And Landrest, I mean, eventually. Hey, Landrest, this weekend, were you going to do some more Trench Crusade? Because I know you already played a few games. I think at least 3, right? You know what? I'm going to try to get a little smidge of that down here, just for the heck of it. No, 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 no. Let's do this. Let's do this instead. A little bit of that over here. No problem there, Landrast. We need to get these hit a little bit more. So again, okay, we're going to do a bit of some magenta source lighting. It's coming out of nowhere. Because reasons. Maybe a bit of that over here. Alright. Now we're going to get ourselves, scare up some of our green here. We got Perline Black. We got Sap Green. We got Thinner. So yeah, Michael, that should be super fun. And again, thanks for hanging out here, Michael. Well, let's see. We should be able to get in before ReaperCon at least 2 or 3 more flat Thursdays before you have to do all your classes and such at ReaperCon. We're doing our little glazy thing here. That be that would be fantastic, Michael. Let me do this here. Actually, oh, Michael, are they still? I have not had a chance to look. Do they still have the Ed figure for sale? Because I might have gotten one of those. Either that or Lynn might have sent me one. But I actually got to get me a couple of those. I was hoping they were still selling those. Because again, all I think I might have one. Certainly want to paint at least one on stream. Oh, that's good, Michael. That's a relief. Just for whatever reason, I was kind of a little bit worried that maybe that one wasn't available anymore. You know what? Yeah. Let's roll with our green up here. Oh, would it be fantabulous, Michael? Yeah, 'cause never got a chance to paint up one of those, and really want to be able to do that. Ooh, gonna get me some of this green up here. Yeah, let's do that here. Let's do that here. Let's do it. Now, I guess there's gonna be well, Rhonda's he's gonna be bringing a bunch of board games like usual. Do the same back here. And no, we're just gonna make the Scar Veteran the same color as everything else. That's what we do. So yeah, I'll definitely try to figure out some kind of a. Oh, actually, yeah, Michael, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Actually, so Michael, how's about a diorama with Wapelius Spellbrush, the Kathy miniature, and the Ed miniature? Hey there, Blades. Everybody, please give Blades 81 a follow. So Blades, I actually had fromage today. I had provolone and I had Munster cheese, or as we call it here, monster cheese. So yep, there was fromage here. Everybody, please give Blades 81 a follow, and of course, Blades, like always, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, well, go ahead and do that. Everybody, again, please give Blades 81 a follow. Now, so Blades, I'm gonna have to send you pictures of the paintings we were doing last night. We now have the Flat Thursday challenge. Yep, I saw that one, Blade. I think I saw it on the Instas, right, Blades? Pretty sure I saw it on the Instas. Yeah, go ahead and definitely share that, Blade, so folks can see that. Oh, hey, Sea Dragon. Oh, it's mighty early. Boy, Sea Dragon, you're going to get to see, you're getting to see the very beginning here. The very beginning of a Friday challenge. Fine, we'll call it a Friday challenge. Whatevs. Oh, sorry, Blades. It's the brain has been in 1,000 different places here. I think I kept calling Camda Valfera last night. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. So Sea Dragon, that was super fun last night. Again, taking the one painting, cutting it into 4 pieces, and then basically creating 4 brand new paintings out of the one painting. And this is definitely a thing from now on. Really enjoying this. This was super fun, And of course, each one is going to be different color scheme. Everybody, check out that Insta link that Blades just shared. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Did we get? No, 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 no. I didn't get the green down here. No probs. No probs. No, not down there. Maybe a bit up there. Okay. All right. Nope. We need the violet slash magenta there. All right. So yeah, these pictures down here, the ones you see in the corner, that was my very first Lizardman army. We're talking about 2007, 2008. That's how old those images are down there. So we're talking almost 20 years. Needless to say, those don't have oils on them. Yeah, not so much. Yeah, Roland, I've done that in the past, and I'm gonna be doing a whole lot more of it because we got so many things. Well, like here. All right, here we go. So I want to paint some backdrops for this. I'm even gonna paint a water thing and sky for my 1/1800 scale ships. Uh, not sure how that's going to happen yet, but it's going to happen. It kind of has to happen, for sure. Come on, here we go. Also here. Come on, a little more down there. These guys. These guys. Yeah, Roland, I remember there was all kinds of discussion back in the day. You know, what exactly were they going after with that particular ending? Now it's been a long time, but what I would do is, I was watching the old DVDs there. I would watch the commentary. So you had what both of the guys there. It was usually the one guy did more commentary than the other, but they would both do commentary. I mean, it wasn't my favorite ending ever, that's for sure. But they kind of had to come up with something because, well, every 5 seconds it was, oh, you have some funding for another season. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, you got funding. Oh, no, you don't. So they kept going back and forth on whether they actually had funding to keep going and they were going to be renewed or not. That kind of kept changing this way and that way. And of course, we continue to say kudos and congratulations to Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf Best of Show Gen Con 2025. The videos, there's pictures now, I believe. There's definitely a video up. There is a video of the Triumph. But yeah, Michael, I'm not quite sure what form that would take as far as what they might be doing. But I kind of like that idea, right? The three. Some kind of adventure, right, right, Michael? I'm not quite sure what that adventure would be. It would be something. We'll just kind of, put our minds to it and see what kind of stuffs we can come up with. So actually, no, Starbuck was really more like, Angel Starbuck. You had Chief. He was a Cylon. You had that other pilot who was the athlete was a Cylon. Saul Ty was a Cylon. That was a wee bit of a surprise. Let's put it that way, right, Rottweiler? How you doing? Everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. So yeah, Boomer was a Cylon. Let's see, 6. Was Boomer a 2 or a 4? Or was no Boomer? I think Boomer was an 8. Yeah, I think Boomer was an 8. Now I don't know if you ever played the Battlestar Galactica board game. That was my favorite board game of all time. So how you doing there, Rottweiler? So Rottweiler, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? I know you started working on. I almost said Arena Rex, but that's you're working on some Marvel Crisis Protocol there. So everybody, check out some nifty Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff that Rottweiler's been painting. Let me get some gold stuffs over there too. Yeah, we'll just hit. We'll hit this too. One more. Everybody, check out that Instagram link there that Rottweiler just shared. Now, Rott, are you going to be streaming some this weekend? Let me get more of that Indian yellow scared up into here. Okay, we're working on 3 Lizzies here. 3 Lizzies. Let's break this down, do some more. It is the way. This is the way here. That's how we do things. Nah, we won't do that up there. We'll do that back here. Also, maybe that. So we're kind of doing an old color scheme from way back in 2007. So yeah, Rottweiler, we did on Monday. We did a couple of ships. We did Battle Cruiser Repulse, and then we did Cruiser / Pocket Battleship Graf Spee. That was super fun. I think I have a second one printed out. Well, that'll be Lutzow. And again, the system that you could use those with is Victory at Sea from Warlord Games. Because again, you're measuring from the bridge, so size of the base doesn't matter, and it is 1/1800 scale, so convenient. Very convenient there. Alrighty, we're taking our orange, we're taking our looky there, there we go. We're taking our Terra Rosa, mixing those together, doing stuff with those now. Come on, more mixing. Needless to say, those initial lizards, again, the ones you see down in the corner there, that is where the that's where the, I almost said pre-glaze. That is where the shaded base coat was first developed. Now, technically, primer painting started all the way back in 2007, because that's basically what I did. Is I mixed paint with some primer, I brushed that on, and that was the basis for everything else afterwards. And to this day, we're still kind of doing a very similar thing all these years later, almost 20 years later. So this is, well, it's Sigmar. It is from not Dark Realms, or is it Dark Realms? But it is definitely Sigmar adjacent. And it is an actual GW Lizardman, not Seraphon. We don't use that word here. We use the proper term, which is Lizardman, None of this Seraphon garbage. Let me do this down here. So Armored Wolf, well, looking forward to seeing the Carnosaur here. Speaking of Lizardmen. Not here yet. I mean, it's not exactly a rush, right? So again, doing some of the orange down here. Whatevers. Things must be messy before they can be neat. It's the gloriously messy part. Now, one of the many things I have to try to get assembled is some of that Cathay stuff for streams and for the next another army painting series. What do we got going on here? We got some of this now. Some of this. Do we have... Yeah, we'll just throw a little bit of orange in there. Alright, this guy. Breaking this down. Now, it's not super duper pin line wash here. It's kind of pin line wash. It's pin line wash-ish. But I was sort of hoping that it would give me a little bit of opacity here, which it's going to. Down over here. Also there. Pretty much most of the legs end up being this yellowy orange here. Again, I'm looking at my references from a long time ago. The pictures may not be from 2008 or 2007, whatever, but the miniatures are most definitely from that era. Let me work this down into there. It happens quick, don't blink. Hey there, Slang, how you doing? Happy Friday / Saturday there, Slang. Of course, Slang, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Like always. Do I? I never did get my orangey stuff on this here side. I need it down there too. So Slang, we did a fun little thing. We took an 11 by 14 painting that I was, one of them that I was doing at Gen Con. We chopped it into 4 pieces, and then we made 4 different spacescapes out of it last night. That was our Flat Thursday challenge. Now, hopefully, all of the little health issue things that ain't so little, hopefully those are doing a whole lot better. There's Slang. I know that was, and well, hopefully the printing stuff continues, because that was kind of what was doing the sustaining. while all this little pause was going on with the painting. So hopefully the printing goes well still. Do I have my orange in there? I think I do. I think I got my orange in there. Alright, which means now we're gonna fly on over here to our magenta little violet. Magenta and violet here. Scare up some thinner. Now this might be a little bit more of a glaze type of thing here. Less, yeah, a little bit more pinline washy. Just a smidge more there. Yeah, sometimes that's all you can do, right? Right, Slang? It's just kind of literally physical therapy, the stuff out of it. That's all you can do sometimes. Let me get the, again, the kind of magenta-ish stuff on here. Like we do. But yeah, that stretching and all that kind of stuff, very, very, very critical. Hopefully the anodyne device still also being helpful. I really want one of those for me. I definitely want to get one of those for me. Now blades, I've kind of already lost track. Are the J's still kind of at that top of the heap record there? Now I'm guessing since nobody, well, I guess Boston kind of has been playing better, right, blades? Now I don't know if that means that Boston has actually kind of started to catch the Jays. I think Boston was a little bit too far back for something like that. Again, just popping in some of the dark there. That makes this a little bit more glowy there. Now, did you get kind of the, basically almost like that sash, or the thing you would kind of like wrap around your waist to do the back and all that kind of stuff? That the shoulder is a little bit trickier, right, Slang? Not the easiest thing to try and access there with something like that. Because we tried to fashion something here for me. And that was tricky. Ah, okay. Yeah, I got to get me one of those sashes there, Sleepy Slang. Okay, there we go. So now that does, I think, generate a little bit more of the light there. Now, what do we got here? Is that tree root there? We need some gray or something down here. We got Payne's gray. We got Van Dyke brown. We got all those things. We shall break down some Van Dyke brown there. For Mr. Tree and the base. Come on, get on there. Some of our coal black / Mars black, like you do. Hey there, Steve. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Steve. And of course now we have, oh, actually I've got another one of these BSG ships printing out. It's called Battlestar Titan. It sort of actually looks more like old school BSG. So I think I have a couple of ships now that are more like old school BSG. But still BSG. More BSG, more better, right, Steve? And we'll try to get some of these in line with our original bases. Remember, that was the Lizardman army was kind of the first army that had the whole Sculpey and Cork base thing going on with with the carved texture and everything. That was some of the very, 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 very first examples of that. So yeah, Slang, I've done Battlestar Galactica now. I've done what is it, the Ares class monitor. And I've already got, I think, at least 6 other ships printed up. We have another one, like I said, printed up right now. Now that's Steven. That would be wild to see that. I'll have to see that. I'm curious what it said. It wasn't as successful creating that comedy routine that I wanted it to the other day. Yeah. Let's hit this too. Also this. Also that, and let's get all the way into our magenta there. Okay, and let's continue that further down. That needs to actually be a little bit more of the magenta there as well. Magenta there. Slang, did it just change over yesterday? Like no, no like announcement, or just like all of a sudden it was GPT-5 and it was doing all kinds of weird new things. The add image button is not responsive. We'll put it that way. I have to hit it like 4 times. I had no idea that was coming up. Okay, there we got some of our dark there. We're gonna get some of that on this deal here. Come on. There you go. Whatevs. So this thing I've been using, well, we call it Skynet here, but the sky reels for all of the songs and the animations. We actually have some animations that we created. There's the autocorrect monster one. Right, so that's one of the things we made in sky reels right there. And then there's also, it's going to take me a little while to scroll up to it here, but this is a brand new thing. It's a brand new thing here. Where are we at here? There we go. So the linseed pyramid has now replaced the old painting pyramid. And look at all those guys very hard at work right there. Look at how hard they work. Oh, also, while we're here, I thought we could take a look at the old Lizardman army. Here it is. Old lizards way back in the day. There's your cold ones. There's a Baby Bobbo. Of course, there's Sticky Wicket. And there's, again, more of the army on the Temple of Blood display board right there. Because reasons. Let me get some of that on here. Down there. A little something there. Don't care in here. Doesn't matter. Alright. Now let's get back to this. We can see it's not quite so liquid looking there. Alright, how about we start putting some lighter stuffs on here. Like we do. Some of this. Some of our white here. Start breaking that down. Now let's start working it this way. For sure onto this. It's right up next to the weapon there. And we got plenty for it to mix into. Hey there, Mr. Snipes, how you doing? Oh, that's got to be some fun kit bashing there, Mr. Snipes. Well, Mr. Snipes, if you want to share some of your Lizardman kit bashes there in the chat, I know you go ahead and do that. And again, Slang, if you wanted to share some stuff, here's hoping that you'll be able to get back to the miniature painting phase again soon enough. Come on, there we go. Where's a little teensy blending brush that we could use here? So Slang, I actually painted, without knowing it, I actually painted one of their busts. Yeah, I'll have to take a look. I think someone was telling me that they kind of have some they have Lord of the Schmings figures there. Not Lord of the Rings, just Lord of the Schmings. More of that bit of lighter magenta down there. Let me get some. It's a little too light. We're gonna back off. Gonna get some of our fluoro magenta on there, like so. So you can post the Instagram link, Facebook link, something like that. Don't have a Discord. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of our magenta over here. Now we need to do a similar thing over on this side here. So Slang, there's another person, Papal 3D. I found that a few weeks ago. I was actually just looking for some casualties from Rohan Casualties, and the next thing that popped up was Papal 3D. Actually, I printed out the Citadel Guard, or the White Tree Guard. Also, the White Tree. It's basically a diorama. I printed out some of it in FDM, some of it in resin. There, obviously, the figures painted in resin. That's probably going to be the next Saturday challenge. Would probably be those Fountain Guard. We definitely need a little bit more of our lighter magenta on this stuff here. I mean, it's kind of almost more like a mid-tone, but it looks very light because, well, we've been adding a little bit of darks to this, haven't we? Let's go this way here. Nah, that would be... If we're going to do anything, there would be more of a gold or something like that. Let's continue with our somewhat lighter magenta stuff here. You know what? Might actually do this lighter too. See, these are official GW figs right here. These are not prints, although I have tons and tons of Lizardman prints. Okay, I won't get in. There we go. There we are. That's a little too far down. Just get rid of some of that. Now well, it's going to be quite the weekend of official GW stuff because all of those Merchant Guard, they're the old metal Merchant Guard. I was bequeathed tons and tons of old Lord of the Rings stuff. And, well, we need the Merchant Guard and a bunch of other things for all of our Army Showcase vids. So they're going to be on the menu for the Saturday stream. Get rid of some of that. There's too much on there. Yeah, we're going to go lighter on these guys too. We'll do it down here. This is our usual oil paints, by the way. Like always. You doing this with the oils. Get the top edge of that. Top edge of this. And that's going to be more magenta there. Yeah, Sleepy Slang, the schedule here took all kinds of craziness because of Gen Con and stuff. So here's hoping you can get back on track there, Slang. And thanks for joining. Appreciate that. Have yourself a fabulous Saturday. We still got a half hour of our Friday here. So it is still a happy Friday here in Wappleville. Now it's a Saturday for Blades, though. Well, and we're almost an hour in, and like always, we've got ourselves quite the start on not one, not two, but 3 miniatures. Yeah, there's another one right there. Come on, get this in here. Little more that away. This is not our latest light either. We can certainly go lighter than this. We're not doing that just yet. certainly need a bit more light on the this part of the shield here. Come on that. Some down here. So everybody please check out that link that Mr. Snipes just posted. A little bit of kit bash in there with the lizards. So hope that you're doing very well there, Mr. Snipes. Again, that we're just letting that do some mixing here with our gold glaze. Yeah, see how many times we get in there and change colors, right? It's not really necessary. We'll get some of our greens in there too. That is one of the many fabulous things about the printing, right, Mr. Snipes? For basing bits, but then for other, kind of conversion bits, kit bash bits, it makes kit bashing, and not just for regular sized figs or 28 mil, for 72 mil sculpts, hundreds, whatever, the larger scale stuff. Now that is also in play for kit bashing, which normally not so much, right? That would normally be a little bit difficult to do. Trying to stick me a little bit of magenta down in there. Where are we at here with this? I think we need a little bit more of magenta up here too, the lighter magenta. Blending brush. That's fantastic, Mr. Snipes. That is very cool. And again, everybody please check out that link that Mr. Snipes posted. Where's my... that would be too late. Let me go back to this. Catch some more light on this stuff up here, I think. We need... Here, let me... I'm gonna rotate you a little bit there. Miniature holder here. This is from Battlecraft Supplies. You can't buy the STO files. They print them out. But there's different sizes, different configurations. And they work really well, especially with all the different configurations. Some of them are really gigantic. Really like the big ones. These are the kind of your regular small ones here. I really like the gigantic ones. I've even been able to put terrain pieces on those. Now, here we go. Some of the lightest of the light there on our sourcelet stuff here. So again, be like Michael and check out those space Lizzies. Lizzies are great, even Lizzies in space. So Michael, you got all of your, is it the MSP stuff, right? You got that all set? That's all ready to go? I think you were saying that was pretty much on target, on pace. Hopefully that is still the case. You know, I can use this. I think I can use that. We'll have to get some of my red out here, though. Let me get this Prussian blue going. Start breaking some of this down. You're going to go here, and then the red on the other side. We need to sharpen up that line for sure. Oh, that's fantastic there, Michael. That should be super fun. Let's do some MSP 2.0 preview. Again, if you're gonna be at ReaperCon, it's coming up soon enough. Be sure again also to check out Michael Paints Minis and those Get Good classes. I mean, you can't get much better than free. Little bit. You know what? I might do that. Oops. Okay, that wasn't quite where that was supposed to go. And same with that one. We'll just use our blending brush on that. Nice to see you there, Camda. Camda, if you want to share some of your oil painted stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. So Camda, I'll try to email you that stuff. It was another kind of up-tempo day here. So there was a bunch of things I could not get to. Also, well, I'm also there's a couple of other songs that have been just as I was priming these, I was trying to kind of come up with, okay, what are the parameters of this? So we have kind of a generalized Rohan song, but I want something a little bit more specific. Also, I'm trying to come up with an idea for Arnor. And let me do there. Okay, a little bit more of the magenta down here. No. Let's do this. Here. Magenta there. Now, everybody, again, please check out that link that Camda just shared. So, Camda, I hope that things have kind of started to settle down a little bit, at least to a low roar. You know how it goes. Sometimes that's the best you can hope for. Not that things are ideal, but just slightly less insane. So here again, that's some of our green reflecting kind of on the underside here. Basically just radiant green, or not radiant green, right, as we call it, Camda. So yeah, Camda, again, I know that that's super frustrating on top of everything else. And definitely a shocker, right? Definitely a shocker. That's really not how you would have thought something like that would go. Okay, again, now we're starting to get our magenta on the top. We're starting to get some of our green down here. Now we got to get some of our yellow. Actually, look at this. our gold shield is going to actually have some yellow on it for the first time. Ain't going to be much, but there will be some. Everybody please check out the link that Armored Wolf just shared, because we completed our latest tutorial video that is rendering right now, and one of the many things that we created, all these trees here, was a fruit tree. So we did 5 different trees: a winter tree, fall foliage, a flowering tree, and then regular kind of summer type tree. And that was kind of the culmination of several episodes, because we have been using, we're taking the FDM supports, stuff that you would normally just chuck in the garbage, and we've been making trees out of those. Now, Camda, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff there in the chat, your fabulous oil painted stuff, but please go ahead, do that. Of course, sorry if I forgot to mention that. Yeah, Camda, I was telling folks in the chat how I kept calling you Valfera last night, because the brain's just it is not up to, well, it's running at about 3%, I would say. Normally it runs at about 10 or 11, but it's lower than usual. Let me get again some more of our yellow on here. Come on. We'll have to do our blending brush over here. A little bit of tap, tap, tap stuff there. Also, some of that here. Blending brush. We'll do some up here. Blending brush. And again, we're working on not 1, not 2, but 3. 3 Lizzies here at once. Well, look at that. 1 hour, 7 minutes ago. That is when we started working on these. All 3 of them. And of course, we'll be hitting the other shields and all that good stuff too. We are literally just underway. Just getting started here. Get a little bit of the gold on the shield there. The crazy nonsensical chompers here. Got some chomps over there. Chomps over here. Something lighter here on the chest plate, whatever this thing is. And away we go here. Same on the other side. Then we'll have to get into our orange and greens and such too. We'll get into those. Let's get some of that up here. They probably don't have anything up there. It's getting. I don't want that to be too much yellow. Now, on these, also going to maybe be doing a little bit less of the green because, well, we have this green around them here, don't we? So I don't want to get too much of that. No, that is way too much thinner. You could see that a mile away. Start doing some of that stuff over here too. Don't forget these. Yeah, we better get that top section too. Or is there back to our green here again? Now I do needs to get me a little bit of my not Fanchon red out here. Where's my Windsor red? Is this it? That is Windsor red. So yeah, Roland, that wouldn't know a whole bunch about that. Because just as I was starting to explore other realms there, they, well, wiped out all the realms, so that's when we moved on to other things. But again, the Lizzies down in the corners there, that right there, those are some of the old original Lizardmen from 2007. Oh, and Camda, I do have the new pyramid graphic there, so that is installed and in place. Does it go all the way over here? It does. Some red there, some red there. So you will be seeing some more conquest stuff on stream and in tutorial vids, because while we're doing the conquest video series, an army painting series. We just finished up that really massive series on Rakashar. That was one heck of a figure right there. Holy smokes! That was a big guy. Nope, way too much junk on the end of that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Now there's too much thinner on there again. Sure, we'll lighten that up. Put some more of our yellow down there too. What's that now? That's got to be green. Ish. A little something that is not yellow there. And we'll roll in with a little bit, yeah, more of our yellow down here. eventually need some reflected light there. Oh, also, yeah, that's right. The War Crow stuff. Also, Infinity. I've also been trying to locate some of the old original War Crow stuff that we have from way, way back in the day. We're talking early 2000s. I think I know where some of that stuff is. It's fine, we'll let that get a little bit lighter there too. Oops, over this way. And some of that lighter stuff here. Blending brush, where you hiding? A little more of it along this here. There's a couple little faces in here. We'll get some lighter stuffs on them. Also here, there we are. So where's another one that again you can kind of see where we started and what we have, and now we are going to welcome in Otto. How you doing there, Otto 40K? So Otto, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Otto 40K a follow. Go ahead and do that. So Otto, we're working on not one, not two, but 3 lizards right here. Doing a little bit of glowy stuff on this guy. We're gonna do a little bit of glowy stuff maybe on this guy. Not so much glowy stuff on this guy. So here's our 3 little Lizzies right there. So Otto, check this out. Last night we did not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 spacescapes. Yeah, it was the Flat Thursday challenge. We took one painting, we chopped it up into 4 pieces, and then basically turned those into 4 separate paintings, like you do. So again, I don't know if you want to share something in the chat. Please go ahead and do that too. Great to see you. Oh, and of course now we've been painting our Galactica ships. We started out well with Galactica herself, but we've also we painted a second one. This Monday we'll be painting another Galactica ship. So again, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. We are working with our oil paints like we do. 100% start to finish oil paints. Because that's how we roll here. Thanks, Louis. Appreciate that. So yeah, Louis, the gold non-metallic, but it's really, it features prominently in our armies, needless to say, because here's our Tomb Kings here, right? Well, also source lighting, and of course the gold non-metallic tends to show up just a wee bit in our armies. And again, if you want to share anything there, Otto, that'd be fantastical. Let me see. 1 hour, 19 minutes ago, these 3 figures had no paint on them. They were actually just a really dark brown primer. Yeah, all 3 of these guys. There was no source lighting, no non-metallics, no nothing. So Louis, there's several different channels you can check out. Now, of course, here on Twitch, they don't let you do the highlights anymore, right? So I've been transferring all of my highlights over here to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. I also have my regular YouTube channel. Also, we have the Patreon page with, about 2,800 hours worth of stuff. Oh, thanks, Michael. So yeah, Louis, there's two YouTube channels. Again, I wish I could say all you have to do is just check out the past sessions here on Twitch, but sadly those all got taken away. But that's why again we're putting them over on the other channel. Thank you so much, Louis. I appreciate that. Okay, so now Morgoth has been doing some weird things, but if you say that he took like a mosquito trapped in amber and made us, yeah, I'm gonna end you. He's like, well, really, what I was, you can do that. There's some dark magic there. Let's see let's see what we can get on our big old Gandalf. So, oh, look at that! It's our first one of these in a while. So congratulations, Louis. Big Gandalf 6, big Gandalf 6 there. And thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. And again, Otto, again, you want to share some stuff in the chat there? Please go ahead. Now, previous streams this week, Monday, a little bit different than Lizards. We painted two of our 1800 scale ships. That is a Repulse, and here is Graf Spee. There you go. Pocket battleship there. And then last night we were working on 4 paintings, all again with the same exact oil paints that we are using right now on our Lizzies. In fact, even that same magenta, well, look at that. Looks kind of similar, doesn't it? Same magenta up there. So everybody check out that Discord link that Louis just shared. Go check that out. And thanks so much for the follow there, Louis. Appreciate that. So Louis been doing the miniature paintings since 2001. 2D art many years before that, because we have our, so let's see, where is, I think it's around here somewheres. Where's my ship? There it is. So that's actually a painting that I did when I was 13. We actually did do that again as a as an ornament for around Christmas time. Of course, we love our terrain painting, and we're going to be getting back to our terrain painting. I have a whole ton of terrain that needs to get painted. Again, here's some more of our 1800 scale ships. Also, too, we dive into our 40K stuff as well. Let me let me get back to, oh, and of course that's not a right thing there. That is not what I was looking for. Oh, that is not where I was trying to press either. That's what I was trying to get to. There we go. So yep, Louis, that's we've been doing this for a little while here. The miniature painting again since 2001, and of course, a lot of stuff has changed in miniature painting over the course of those years. The ability to not just 3D print the miniatures, but the terrain, the basing bits, those are really crucial key elements there, and what we like to do here on the channel. So yeah, Mr. Snow. Well, of course, we did plenty of our Armada Mondays. Actually, got started with this. Let me see if we can scroll. It might take a little while. Oh, we also have painted. Yeah, there we go. We painted 3. This is just one of 3 Corsair ships we painted. We painted an elf ship as well. But what I'm looking for here is my here we go. Yep. So that is some of our. Whoops. That is There we go. That's what we're looking for. That's just a tiny portion of all the stuff that we did with our Mantic stuff. And yeah, I think we already have some of that on the new YouTube channel. So well, Louis, a picture says 1,000 words. It's going to take a little while to scroll up there. Just give me some time here. It takes a while to get there. Are we there yet? Nope, not there. Are we there yet? No. This might do it. Here we go. Yeah. So there you go. that kind of answered. Oh, there's our armies on parade, otherwise known as Babo's Trophy, right there. Bunch of rogue demons, crystal brushes, that sort of thing. So yeah, that's there's, and I think that is all of them. Pretty sure it was. Oh, the crystal brushes. That was the one where it's like, wait a minute, there's supposed to be more of these. There's supposed to be more. Now we found them. Where is another small? Can we use this? We'll just use this here. Yeah, we'll add some yellow to that. Let's see if we can. Here we go. It's like a dry brush, but not a dry brush. Oh, thanks, Louie. Appreciate that. And also to resin beast. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the resin beast. That's the latest thing. Here we got. So I think we got some pictures of some stuff here. Yeah. So this was some of our resin beast stuff here. Those were some of the winners there this year at Adepticon. And I've got tutorial videos on all of that resin beast stuff there. I did those for the Patreon page. So yeah, we got all kinds of tutorials and such, kind of showing the whole process of it, right down to prepping the figures and coming up with the color schemes. Yeah, we're gonna keep rolling in with some more of our lighter orange here. I will be doing some more vids in the lead up to Adepticon on the Golden Demon stuff. We've got, I know there's one massive project of the Carnosaur. We're also working on Cathay stuff. I'll be doing one of the lanterns, obviously kind of doing that with the kind of interior glow. We'll do some kind of 40K stuff, obviously not, we won't be able to do something like this because we know now the unwritten rule about things that are not official color scheme. Who knows, maybe we try and do something like this or whatever. So I was not invited to that Camda, which is fine because we were very busy kind of moving stuff around in that hobby area there. But yeah, didn't get they didn't ask, so maybe next year, Camda. So Louis, again, the biggest thing is just keep painting, keep trying new stuff. Also, that is very important for trying to develop things. Is kind of maybe doing experimentation, maybe some things that are not quite your normal thing. You really do end up learning an awful lot from doing stuff like that. That don't go there. Oh look, it's like we have an eraser. Camda, I had the candles, I had the tablecloth, I even had the little plastic silverware. The entire shtick was all set there, Camda. It was all ready to go. But again, maybe next year. I think actually, while they were fooling around with that, I think we actually were getting a chance to eat. So, yeah, that I won't complain about, because that normally doesn't get to happen. Yeah, Yeah. Oh, that's right. That is one of the series I did on the Patreon. But it was the Tyranids, but we did them basically as almost metallic. We used the interference colors on them, so they almost had kind of a shimmering type effect. And of course, Louis, it can't necessarily hurt to maybe do something like this, right? Just a value study. Take one light color, one dark color, whether it's acrylics or oils, doesn't matter. And just try things out. Just give stuff a try. That is the most important thing, is just giving stuff a try. Again, you never quite know what little new thing, the new key thing you might just learn along the way. So again, we're working. This is kind of like the pictures in the corners there. That was the color scheme for the original Lizardman army years and years ago. And I thought, well, maybe it would be fun to try to do that again. You know, I'm going to try to walk this orange up here just a little. Also there. Also some there. So Louis, if you're going to do the oil paints, one of the things we highly suggest is that value study figure, but also do things like this. These little color charts here. So you take your different colors, and now here you see it's cut with white to see what the differences are. And then sometimes here, let me get this going here. So again, we have oranges and browns. So you get to see not just what the colors look like, but how they handle. Right? You can see that this one's not terribly powerful. This one's got some punch to it. Same thing with this light oxide red. Some of these, that's another strong one. The Van Dyke brown. The burnt umber's kind of a 50-50. You can see that some are more shiny. Some of them are more matte. And well, Mr. Snyder, hopefully still having tons and tons of fun with the miniature painting. Because again, you do want it to be fun. Once it stops being fun, you will find reasons to not sit down and do the painting stuff. Yeah, Louis, unfortunately, a lot of the vids there, they tend to be that speed ramped stuff, right? And it's hard to see what in the heck is going on. And of course, there's usually no sound except maybe for some music playing or something like that. And of course, well, when it comes maybe to, say you want to do some freehand stuff, what is very helpful, draw it out in advance. Not even have to be the same scale. Eventually, though, the last thing you want to do is draw it at the same scale, because it's a lot easier to transfer something like that. And then that was the same thing again that we did here with, let's see, where's our, so that was actually, I think was it 3 episodes or 4? There was one whole episode where all we did was draw the freehand. That's all we did, draw in the freehand, nothing else. And then there was a whole other episode we were transferring the freehand to the miniature. So let me get a little bit more of the lighter orange. Oh yeah, we definitely have to start getting some of our lighter orange down here. Now, as far as the oil paints, there's one of the things that, well, came to help us discover was the Paul Rubens. These are alkyd paints. 2 interesting things about these. First of all, you can basically get them anywhere, right? Because a lot of the other paint brands, people say, well, I can't get that here. This you can kind of get everywhere. Also, they dry much faster than your regular oils, and they're also much less expensive. Like, well, here you go. This Puro Orange might cost more than all of the entire set. As we're talking about 50 colors, almost. This actually might cost more than all 50 of those colors. Now, there is going to obviously be a qualitative difference between them, because, yeah, we'd have to have a little discussion with Williamsburg if their paint was the same as essentially less than $2 a paint, tube paint. That would be troublesome. But when you're first starting out, especially, you don't need to be spending tons of money on individual tubes of paint. Not when you're getting started. Once you know what it is you're really wanting to get out of them, maybe then that's when you start to think about investing a little bit more seriously into it. Louis, I don't do. Geez, I'm trying to think. Well, actually, Louis, the last time I used those, believe it or not, was at Gen Con, because they had me paint. Do I have one of my Howling Griffins here? I don't have a Howling Griffin, but they. Oh wait, maybe I got one over here. Yes, I do. So they said, well, you've only painted the Howling Griffins in oils. You got to paint one of them in acrylics. So actually, I took the GW paints, and I don't know, I had like an hour and a half or something like that, and I painted up a Schmeesh Marine. That's actually no, I think actually Reaper Minute. That was the first miniature paint that we ever really used. But yeah, Louis, you can kind of take the oil stuff, take it so, because you don't need hundreds of colors. You don't even need dozens of colors. I don't know. I might have 13 of them out here on the palette, and there's actually like 3 or 4 of them I haven't even touched here. So yeah, especially with the oils, you don't necessarily need tons and tons and tons of colors there, because well, they do a lot of mixing on their own. A lot of mixing just by themselves. So you don't need to really kind of get in there and really, buy tons and tons of stuff. At least not right away. Not really necessary. Now over here, I think a little bit of our magenta gets down there. I'm going to say there is. We're going to say that some of it works its way down there. So yeah, Louis, they're just most people say they're very relaxing because you're not rushing around. No need to rush. And the nice thing is, well, once they dry, you can just paint acrylics. So here, these was originally some painting that I did as an airbrush demo, and then we took last night the oils and we did all of this over the top of it to create more detail. Things like our planets over here, and again, you can see a lot of the blends on there look very like that's all a bunch of oil paint right there. You can see that kind of looks just like an airbrush, doesn't it? Where not there it is. A bit more of our magenta in there. Let's lighten this up now. So yeah, Louis, that is that's pretty much what we like to say, right, Camda? Is that you don't have to be running around like a crazy person there with the oil paints. You can just kind of take your time, not have to rush, take things nice and easy. I'm gonna get me some of my yellow or white into this, plus the yellow. Actually, I'm gonna twist you this way a little bit. So yeah, Mr. Snipes, again, I'm glad that you've been having some fun with those for sure. And that really ultimately is, in the end, that's what matters most. Is are you having fun? If it's too much like work, well, you already do that. And you don't need to pay somebody else for the privilege of doing more work, right? Catching more of our lighter yellowish orange on him here. There we go. And now some of our original orange glaze stuff. That starts to look a bit darker now, doesn't it? Let me chuck in a little bit more of that over here. Yeah, we'll get some of our lighter orange up around his mouth there. Fine, we'll lighten this up a little bit more. And again, should we find the need, we can always do some blend. Like here, see, we're letting that just blend in with all the stuff, again, that's already there. Oh, here's some of our blue. We almost forgot this. Prussian blue. It's going to go on to this thing here. Let's get some. Nope, that didn't quite go where it was supposed to. Nah, that's too blue. We want some more magenta here. Blending brush of some sort. What about you? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no need to struggle with it. No need to fight with it. Just grab yourself a blending brush and have at it. Yeah, but to leave that still a bit darker. We gotta maybe get a little bit more of our reflected light down there. Where's that green? You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna drop some of that on it. Speaking of green, we gotta get some of the green on the scales there. Just again trying to break this stuff down. See if we can make this work on here. There we go. Somehow, that didn't get included. Now again, we have to go a little bit later on this green down here. That's kind of reflecting the stone, the flock, whatever that's going to be here on our base. Alright, because metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings. Now, Spiral, were you going to be doing the verdigris effect as well? Something like an asphaltum, if you're doing copper, something that has, say, the asphaltum, the Terra Rosa or Mars Red, that's another good one, Mars Red, even Mars Violet, but Mars Red, your asphaltum, those are not bad for, again, a starting point. And then, again, if you want to do the have that verdigris effect, well, something like a phthalo green mixed with, say, your radiant green to start making it lighter. That's not a bad way to go. Well, now you could also get the dirty down stuff to do your verdigris with that, because there is a verdigris. Uh, no, let's just say not a paint, but there's a verdigris effect in the dirty down set of colors. Now here's that, as we like to call it, the terra rossa of greens. That's that chromium oxide green. It's a warm green, but it's also a very opaque green. Remember, we kind of did the perline black to get the ball rolling on our greens with some of the sap green. That's right. But now we need to let some of that, and look at this, we're literally letting green and orange mix together. Yeah, not doing that with the acrylics now, are ya? Our green and the magenta mixing together a little bit there. So that is another one of our fabulous Winsor Newton Griffin alkyds there, Camda. Now there is something in the Paul Rubens that the olive green is kind of in the neighborhood, not quite as nifty. But yeah, it's the chromium oxide green from Winsor Newton. No problem there, Louis. Again, Louis, you can check out that YouTube channel here. There's a brand new video. Actually, there's a bunch of gold non-metallic on the newest video on this channel right here. So that's, again, where our past sessions are. And then, of course, there's also the main channel on YouTube there. And there's tons of videos there. As in hundreds. As in many hundreds. Where are we at? Here we go. So, there it is. Oxide of chromium. And again, it's essentially kind of like our terra rossa. Where is our... So it's kind of like our terra rossa there. Just green. I'm sure there's got to be a non-alkyd of it too, Camden. I'm sure there must be. Now there is not sadly, there's no perline black algae. That's again another one of our Winsor Newton colors there, which is unique to Winsor Newton. Well, what is it? Cobra does have a perline black. Trying to get me a little bit of that green again into some of the oranges here. Now I might also try to sneak a little bit of my green up here too. Again, letting that all mix together. So Louis will be painting a whole bunch of Merchant Guard on the Saturday stream. And then Monday it's back to Armada Mondays, and we're going to be doing ourselves another Galactica type ship on Monday. Then Flat Thursday, we're back to slicing up paintings and doing a whole bunch of paintings all at once. It'll be it's the Flat Thursday challenge now. For the foreseeable future, that's what we'll be doing. And yeah, we're not even 2 hours in here. And again, we're working on Three figures. Here's another one, and oh look, here's another one there. Really, really wild to be painting the the lizards in the oil paints here. Appreciate that, Sparrow. Thank you so much. Oh, that's fantastic. Congratulations there, Sparrow. Actually, Sparrow, if you got any pictures or links or anything like that to that contest there, and you want to share those, please go ahead and do that. So congratulations there, Sparrow, and thank you so much. Appreciate the sub, of course. So yeah, if you want to share some stuff there, please go ahead. Now we're starting to get some of our lighter greens in here. Come on, there we are, a little bit more. Also here, I guess it's kind of handy doing this with the Carnosaur on its way. Getting used to doing Lizardman stuff again. And of course, we do have a Lizardman army painting series already. Well, there's going to be multiple ones. There's an army painting series, but we're going to be doing some on some bigger critters again, like the Carnosaur. We've got some of the mage priests we're going to be doing series on. Get this a bit more in here again with the lighter greens. Again, just having some fun here with the object source lighting, doing different things. Kind of trying to take the old Lizardman color and then kind of adding some new twists to it. Yeah, needless to say, this is a whole lot easier than it was years ago. When I was just using the acrylics, didn't have the ability to just do all this this blending here, and kind of being able to say, all right, well, we'll just throw this over here, we'll let it sit there, we'll come back later, do some blending on it, whatever. Yeah, that was not quite part of what we could do years ago. Again, Sparrow, I'm really glad that this could be useful in some way for you. And congrats, of course. Now, in some of the shadow areas here, I'm actually look at it. I'm kind of see if some of the green is working its way into there. That again, you would have had to try to maybe glaze that in there with the acrylics, but here with the oils, I just got to brush it in there, and it just happens all by itself. Look at that. Again, there's green mixing with my orange there. Having had to do that the hard way with the acrylics, it's just so wild to see this. Happens so quickly, so much more easily. I think I can maybe, yeah. Let's go a little smidge lighter here with this. Let me get some of that, some of the yellow. Our latest green here. Let's break this down. Now, there's definitely a lot more stuff on the Lizzies now than there was back in the day. And geez, there was this number of my Lizardman figures that were the old metal stuff. Even before 2003, when the new Lizardman came out, now there's like new Lizardmen. Continuing again, not too much thinner though. Gotta make sure we don't have too much thinner on that brush. Hey there, 8 gate. Happy Saturday. What are we, about 20, 30 minutes in? We are 32 minutes into our Saturday, 8 gate. So 8th gate, we return to some old Lizardmen. Well, these are new Lizardmen figures, but with an old color scheme from a long time ago. Almost 20 years ago. Oh, believe it or not, I'm pretty sure there's a. Oh yeah, there's a painting pyramid video, I think, on these guys. I don't know if there's. I don't think we did an army painting series with this color scheme. Maybe we did. But there are painting vids, old painting vids with this color scheme. My goodness. From many moons ago. So great to see you there again, 8th gate. Man, that was super fun last night doing the the multi paintings there. So here's hoping that Saturday is already treating you great there, 8th gate, even though it's in the wee hours. Not really wee hours. It's late. It's not really wee hours. It's only 12:33 here. That's not late. Well, especially since I don't usually get to sleep until almost 9 o'clock these days. Let me take some of this here. Not radiant, radiant violet. Some of that will go onto our shield here. Blending brush, there it is. Yeah, and you can see that's normally a hard to reach area. But again, with the oils, we like to call that just blind blending. I just shove some paint in there, take another brush, just push it around. You know it's blending something. Doesn't have to look like anything terribly specific because, well, you can't hardly see it. Where's my... Yeah, we'll stick with that violet there. Get some of that down here. We'll start fooling around with the base a little bit here. That's the one I'm looking for. Just I'll get a little something lighter on here. What is that? Is that tree? That is tree, not claws. Fine, I'm just going to take me a little bit of that lighter color and we'll just kind of, well, dry brush but wet blend at the same time. Yes, we can do that with essentially a dry brush. We're wet blending at the same time with a dry brush. Where'd that brush go? You hid over there. Get back into the... Ah, there we are. Now we'll have to do some of our lighter red in these... Okay, not there. Oh, look at that. We just erased that, essentially. No great tragedy. Where's the... Ah, here it is, over here. Some of that lighter bluish color there. We'll get that on the floor over here. Our red mixed with some of the violet there. Maybe a little bit more of just the Windsor red, less of the violet. Also, I think we gotta thin that down. Sure enough, look at that. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. That is a big thing with the oil paints. Okay, so now we got some of that on the base there. And maybe, I don't know, I was originally not going to do this, but maybe we'll do some kind of coloration on those. We're going to get rid of that coloration. That don't go there. You know what, maybe a little bit less of the violet, maybe a little bit more of the red there. A little something lighter on his tongue, perhaps. Let me get rid of that little piece of hair right there. You know what? Let me go even later into this. I've been waiting for that to set up for a while. I think now it is definitely set up pretty well. Where's my again, touch of the Paul Rubens floral magenta there. We're breaking it down with our thinner here. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, that really does help. And let me try and get some of the facets on here. What are we looking at? Yeah, we gotta get lighter there. Let me do this up here. And we'll do more of that. Oh yeah, a little highlight along this edge here too, gee whiz. Let's do that. We need some more of that. Down here, there's a whole lot of nothing right there. We got a little something on there. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, the latest tutorial video went up yesterday, part of our High Elf Army painting series. And just finished uploading yet another new video here. Again, that's where we took 5 of our FDM support. Yeah, that is FDM supports right there. And we did 5 different types of foliage on our trees, and that was very, very fun. Used some new materials combined with some previous stuff that we've used before. Now, originally the technique was developed 10 years ago, thereabouts, 9-10 years ago. Needless to say, I didn't have FDM supports to work with to make trees. So that was again, a very interesting experiment that's kind of been going on for months now. I had all those FDM supports, which I've been throwing away. I think once I started FDM printing the busts, that's when we really started to get some, instead of all the the more geometric terrain. That's what started to yield some of the very nifty pieces. And again, I just save those. They work very, very well. Hot glue them together, and boom, you got yourself trees. It's kind of the culmination of about, I want to say, at least 5 different episodes. It started out as a printing workshop series of all things. Again, just a way to show you what you can do with essentially stuff you're going to chuck in the garbage. Instead of buying if those woodland scenic trees and other stuff weren't so limited and so expensive, because those woodland scenic trees, they only go so big. Mr. Snipes, that had to feel really good, right? Being able to do something like that. Yeah, that must have felt fantastic. So everybody, please check out that's Sparrow's picture right there. Go check that out, and again, offer Sparrow lots of congratulations. So thanks for posting that, Sparrow. Appreciate that. Let me get some more light over in here. And we're doing that over here. Lighter orange down there. Lighter orange down there. Oh yeah, that needs to be a bit lighter. Now we also have to start thinking about some darker things. How's about some Van Dyke brown? There are some edges that kind of got lost a little bit that we want to restore. Especially on the things like that are supposed to be metal. Under here, I think we could use that too. Oh yeah, these guys. Definitely on these guys here. Harder edges. Also something that now will stand out from the orange. And the orange now gets lighter, our green gets lighter. Without having to highlight it like crazy. See if I can get that from the other side there. Nope, big old chunk of something on that brush. Let's get rid of that. Might still have to get more of our lighter magenta down further on these things, maybe. Something lighter. Something lighter, most likely the magenta. Sharpen up that edge too, I guess, with our dark. Some of our violet mixed with the fluoro magenta. Let's get this darker here, and then we have to get the shadow side. There we go. We had to get the shadow side of those things. So we're doing some object source lighting on these guys. So instead of just the typical obsidian whatever here, some kind of rock in there, we thought let's have it be an object source light, kind of a glowy thing there. Now it's I don't know if maybe do a little bit of our green here. What about not so much down there. Not so much there. Let's get a little bit of our green up here on his face, because I think some of that would be blocked a little bit. I wonder, do we still... Okay, we still have sent some of our... Wait, I might have to put some more out. And we'll do that. Here we are. More of that here. Lighter stuff. On our golds. Out here. Something lighter up here for sure. Yeah, the edge of that needs to be lighter. Let me get maybe some of our Mars Yellow Deep. Down there. Something lighter here. And now let us move on to, where's our other guy? Here we go. To this one here, we're gonna take one of our, maybe a brush like this here. Let's start to do some of our not reflected light out here on the gold. Hopefully this has been sitting here long enough. I think it looks like it has. Looks like it has, so I can actually do some of this sort of dry brush type stuff here on the golds. Up here. Start doing some on his legs there. That'll get some of our green on it. Yep, that's a little more than I wanted up there. Fine, we have things that we can use like these blending brushes here. Start working in some light on those surfaces. More of our metal on that. Where's my green? Start working in some green reflections. Like here. Come on, there we go. You can see just how we really let's see. There was a lot of anxiety over the color, right? We just took that green, just slapped it on there. We really overthought that for sure, or not. Yes, less thinking, more doing. Think long, think wrong. Just get some paint on there. Doesn't have to be the most perfect color ever. Back to the here it is. That's got a bit more of our yellow in it. Yeah, actually, if I can have enough things here that have, well, something like that, or a trench crusade, we can grab the dirty down maybe and start doing a little bit of some blood effects. Yeah, Camden, I mean, all kidding aside, I really do, I've seen folks pretty much completely paralyze themselves. They're absolutely just totally paralyzed. They don't know what to do next, and then they end up just stopping. And sometimes I've literally seen examples where they just basically never paint again. I've seen people with almost an entire, basically, hobby shop or something like that filled with painting tools and all that other kind of stuff. And basically, they don't end up painting anything at all. And I'm really genuinely serious about that. I've seen people with walls of paint and tools and all kinds of snazzy stuff, and they do nary a single thing with it. Yeah, that might be a little more than I'll have to take my blending brush to that and get rid of some of that. This is where we really got to get spicy with some lighter stuff on our shield here that will then just get blended off to the side here. Let me move that down here. It doesn't have to be perfect, of course. Perfection is the mortal enemy of completion. You know what? I'm going to thin that down some more. Let me thin that down some more. Now that will then just approach it like you've done some, well, the trench crusade stuff, right? You were able to slam that stuff out pretty darn quick. And actually, Landress, you got a fair amount of your Bretonians too. Now you got yourself a decent amount of Bretonians done. Actually, that what was the giant? Was that for Mordheim there? Landress, that massive multi-level board that you did. That was pretty gigantic. So there, okay. That again, that doesn't have to take terribly long. Now, what we want to do here. Oh yeah, there's our Asphaltum again. And here's where we start doing a little bit of that dry brushy stuff in here. Actually, Landrast, while we were at the Adepticon thing, there was some Song of Ice and Fire stuff that was being given away, so I got some of that too. Actually, now Landrast, if you, I don't know, I haven't heard anything at all about how that's being affected by all the cool mini or not weirdness that's going on right now. I don't know what might be happening with that. Does that have something? That does have a little bit of a green. I need a little more thinner in that first. Let's try this. There we go. So you see we can get that kind of light, then that dark, and then back to kind of a mid-tone down here, transition. Let me start to get some of the orange here on the chest of the Lizzie and his arm here. That's had a chance to set for a while now. Yeah, Landrest, eventually you're gonna have to start posting some of the pictures of that stuff into the chat so people can see all that. Yeah, let's work with this. More of the orange here around his toes. We got more of the orange down here under the tail. If it mixes with the green, so much the better. Speaking of which, here, let me just grab some of this again. That's the chromium oxide green. We're going to start getting some of that on the scales here. Nope, back to the chromium oxide green. Get rid of that little bit of our last remaining bit of our dry brush there. Our initial lighter dry brush, that is. There it is. Let's get some of our lighter stuff now into the armor over here. Yep, on the top of this. Also up here. Hey there, Inganes. How you doing? Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, why don't you post some fabulous stuff in the chat there? Some oil painted miniature goodness. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. So great to see you. Happy Saturday. There's again some of our reflected light there. Some ambient light too. We need to get some more of our light up here. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Inganes just shared. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. So Inganes, where you're going to be streaming this weekend. Let folks know if you're going to be doing that. Again, check out that link that Inganes just shared because you got some fabulous oil painted stuff to check out. Now let me bring back Mr. Blending Brush here. So yeah, it makes it lighter, but not just insanely light. Lighten up our edges along here. Let me see. Now, Mr. Snipes said that the very first, the American Flyer train set that we still have, even to this day, believe it or not, is essentially 1/50th scale, so it's 28 millimeter. For all intents and purposes, it is the same size as, say, bolt action stuff. It's weird all these years later, right, to still be working in the same scale now, but with the miniatures. Well, in Ghani's, yeah, the Welshlandic shield was not in place then. Surface Tension said there's been days where the Welshlandic shield has been not activated. It certainly hasn't been activated here since it's been in the 90s for days. Yeah, we'll get something lighter on that too. Maybe we'll start thinking about some of our lighter greens here. Let's do that. Let's start doing that on the scales. And again, here's our other guy here. So we're 2.5 hours in. We've been working on actually 3 guys because there's our third one. Let's get more of our, whoops, that lighter green. We just kind of dipped into the mid-tone green. I need the lighter green here. Nope, that doesn't actually get green out there on that edge. So Mr. Snipes, the train that we use for our hype trains, the reason I got that is because it's almost 1/50th scale. It's a tiny, teensy tiny bit, maybe a little too small for bolt action, but we're talking about only a 2% maybe. But it's basically a battery-operated train, right, that I can just lay out on any terrain board. So yeah, unlike say a regular train layout where you put the electric in, you're stuck. I mean, it's there. The whole idea was that this was a layout that I could kind of change, whether we are doing red barricades or uh, something in Budapest or whatever. Ah, geez, and Gunnies, that's fantastic. Getting some time at the beach too. Yeah, we're going to get lighter greens all the way down here. Hey there, surface tension. We were just talking about Welshlandia and we just conjured up. We just conjured us a little bit of a surface tension. Surface tension, why don't you post some of your fabulous oil painted stuff there? So these are actually just regular old GW figs right here. Yeah, regular actual plastic GW figs. And again, everybody please check out the link that Surface Tension will post fabulous oil painted miniatures. There you go. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Yeah, so Surface Tension, it has been in the 90s here, at least the last today and yesterday. So we do not have the Welsh Atlantic Shield here. So yeah, I've actually got a whole bunch of other lizards between Titan Forge, Archvillain, I think Lost Kingdoms, and a couple of others. So we do have plenty of 3D printed lizards too. We need some more of our lighter green into here as well. Again, it's a color scheme that we first did way back in 2007. So yeah, in Ghana's, with the exception, well, there was the Great Flood and then a few other days, it's pretty much been in the 90s, either high 80s or low 90s for, well, quite a while now. When we got down to Indianapolis for Gen Con, it was 99 down there, which made it very interesting at the marshalling yard and, loading stuff up and getting stuff into the vendor hall. So yeah, you need something to power the shield there, surface tension. So in Ghana, I don't know if I think you had a chance to maybe see a little bit of what we were doing last night with the paintings there on our all new Flat Thursday challenges. And that's where we took one painting, chopped it into 4 pieces, and then made 4 different paintings out of it. Now we'll be able to do, again, 3 more of these, because I've got 3 more of those things that I did at Gen Con. So that should be super fun. I'm actually going to take some of the, here, let's get some of that Naples yellow. Mix it up with our green to start really get some of our lightest greens in here. Like we do. Some of it up here, sure. A little bit of our green over there on the shield too. Pretty sure that 99 degrees puts it right around 40. If not, maybe a little bit over 40 Celsius. let's get this hit here. Lighter stuff on his knuckles there. Now again, the Saturday challenge gonna involve a bunch of figs. It's supposed to be our Harad merchant guard. Old classic metal figs that I've never actually seen before. Because the only merchant guard I've ever painted were they were the 3D printed ones from Diwali. So yeah, surface tension 30 would be pretty much, that would be your temperature in the middle of the night, basically. And yeah, we're all out there scurrying around, carrying boxes of stuff, moving big carts full of stuff. And since you're just working in a big concrete area, I'm sure it was probably even a little bit hotter because of all the concrete. So yeah, 30 is maybe, what, about 86 or something like that? Yeah, that's nothing there. Get some of our later greens here. We'll probably roll with some blues or something like that on these gems or whatever here. We're also going to have to start getting some of our later oranges on him. Nice to see you there, Doji. So happy Saturday there, Doji. Hopefully a fabulous bakery run has been achieved. Well, you know how our bakery runs are rolling here. That's what we've determined, Doji. We're bringing the bakery to us. If we can't get to the bakery is. We'll just bring the bakery here. Well, that's fabulous there, Doji. Well, have fun there, Doji. Again, sorry I haven't had a chance to send you any pictures of stuff. I'm hoping that maybe by Sunday things would just kind of start chilling out here. It has been very, very up-tempo, obviously, trying to get everything back up to speed from Gen Con. Trying to work in here again some lighter grays. Maybe on this side too here. Doji, if you wanted to share your stuff super quick before you head out, that'd be fabulous too. Let me see what we can do with some oranges here. Get a little bit of that. Whoops, not that much yellow. Let's try this for right now. It's our not Puro orange Camda. Some more of that here. More of it here. Yeah, up on his jaw as well, his mouth there. Pushing a little bit more of our orange down here. On his arm, on his leg. Here's our even lighter orange. Hopefully we can just mix this in there. Nope, that's going to be too late. Let's back up to this. Yeah, that's better. So surface tension, I'll try to get you some of the new songs. One of the reasons I was waiting because I'm going to try and do another couple more in the overnight hours tonight as I'm doing graphic stuff and trying to prep figures and such. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. I appreciate that, surface tension. Let me do something down here. Also some there. Alrighty. A little more thinner in that, a little bit lighter orange. We need some orange on his arm here too. Got lots of green there. Not so much with the orange. You know what? Let me get some of the other colors here. Let's get this bluish stuff here for some of these stones here. Let's do this with the blue. Let's do these with the blue. Then we'll get our red on here. Like that one. Also that one. I was hoping that the printer was behaving itself there, surface tension. Surface tension. I've almost got that destroyed version of Megicell printed out. I think, well, after this, the print that's going right now, after that is done, it'll only take one small build plate to get the last of the kind of the broken parts done, like some remnants of the roof and such. And yeah, now I wonder if you can get the same same batches of, say, the Elegoo black matte PLA, the 10 rolls for $100 that I can here. Now I've also been able to get that. It's been back down to $42. The black matte PLA on Amazon for 4 rolls. Okay, not as good as the other deal, but it usually shows up in a matter of hours. I'll try to darken you down a little bit more right here. Sharpen up a few of these lines. Like you do. So see you later there, Doji. Thanks for hanging out as long as you could. Really appreciate that. Yep, I'm not going to say anything there. Not going to say anything because that will jinx it, right, surface tension? I will not be responsible for jinxing the printer. Not doing that. Hey there, Valfira. So, Valfira, I do hope that you got back today. And actually, Valfira, there is a pyramid. I did get to. I do have the video, our little animation that is now up there. It's the same whatchamacallit, the same reward thing. It's just a different graphic now. So sorry about the latest round of crazy. I'm glad that you are back then at the casa. Hopefully you're actually getting some sleep there, right, Valfira? So here it is, Valfira. This is the very first time that we're actually able to use it, utilize our new little animation here. Whoops, did I already scroll past it? No, there it is. There we go. And it's pretty. Actually, it was able to slow down the speed of it, Valfira, so the people actually aren't running around quite as fast as they were before. So there you go. There's your linseed pyramid. That really like that, Valfira. That is super fun. I mean, the other thing that it's amazing to think that was only what 2012, 23, so only 12 years ago. Ah, that's fantastic, surface tension. So I guess, well, hopefully, well, now that you're home, there obviously has to be some kind of a stability there. Just hoping that things are a little bit easier. Of course, that kind of talk about jinxing, and I want to jinx you there, Valfira. And what I will be trying to get again pictures of those paintings that we did. I just did not get a chance to do it before the stream here, but that might just be the next Insta post there. Sure, I'm just gonna. Well, that wasn't quite where that was supposed to go. So we're what 2 hours 40? Yeah, 2 hours 48 minutes in. Working on not one, not two, not but three of our lizards here. Okay, not sure why that turned itself off. I wonder if it got unplugged or something like that. That is possible. Okay, so now it's going to start doing that. So let's not mess around with that anymore here. Hey there, Jack. How you doing? Great to see you. I hope that your Saturday is off to a fabulous start. Yeah, I'm going to darken you down a little bit. I'm going to darken this down a little bit up here. So yeah, surface tension, not really sure why this light decided to turn itself off here. And there's no way I can do anything with it, because I need to basically get a flashlight to see the area where it plugs into. And I don't really have one of those here. Sorry, I haven't been able to do too much of the painting stuff there lately. Hey there, Practical Dice. Great to see ya. Also, happy Saturday. Yeah, let me get that little bit of dark in there too. Where's my Indian yellow? So that is definitely not ideal there. Again, I can't really see. Let me see if this will work again. Oh, there we go. Now it's back. Now I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. So yeah, without that, the palette got mighty dark. Now, Landrist, are you watching on the monster screen there? It's always wild when you send me pictures of the stream up on the monster screen or the videos or whatever. Here we go. So Valfair, I used to have a whole collection of the little USB flashlights around, but that is not where it used to be either. The other minor detail is Valfair, I have to crawl under the desk as well, because that's where that's plugged in. Yeah, it would take a good 2-3 minutes to clear all the stuff out so that I could actually crawl under the desk. Now, Landris, do you have the usual some of the usual crew over there doing the hobby night at Chez Landrast? Ooh, I'm gonna try to get me here a little bit more of my lighter green. Now, again, here is. You can see it right there. That is what we're fixing to do here on the bottom of our shield there. So there's our Scar Veteran again with the glowy purple thingy up there, the orange. No problem there, Jack. Well, hello to everybody there at Chez Landrast. More of that. Yeah, definitely need some more of that here. Let's lighten this up some more. Well, Jack, here's hoping that you can kind of get things squared away and get back to doing some of your painting again. As we welcome in Bearded Celt. How you doing there, Bearded Celt? Everybody, please give Bearded Celt a follow. And of course, I think Bearded Celt, was it today or tomorrow? You said you'd be able to have pictures of what you've been working on stream there. Here we go, Bearded Celt. We're working on 3 Lizzies right here. 2 hours and 53 minutes ago, these 3 guys right here, they were just dark brown primer. That's all they were. No, thanks, Practical Dice. We like our highly technical terms here, don't we? Yes. Like, I think, what did we say? That I think with this tree it was something like that. Orange foamy things. Yeah, that's what we called those. Again, nothing but the most precise terms here, right? So Veilfair Armored Wolf was kind enough to put a bunch of these together for me for days like today where there was no chance whatsoever to get stuff prepped. And all I had to do was slap primer on these things and just get it going. So, and of course, Lizardmen, right, right, Velfira. So, Bearded Celt. I think actually this, you got to see some of these, right, last night on stream. This is where we took one painting that we had done kind of the airbrush demo thing at Gen Con. We chopped it up into 4 pieces, and then we proceeded to paint 4 separate spacescapes out of it. And we got 3 more of these. So we'll, and they're all different colors. So this was kind of the blue magenta motif. We got one that's kind of like a turquoise and blue. We got another one that's oranges and browns.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Ulfus Maximus. Appreciate that. So, wait a minute. You look a lot like the other guy. Oh, well, yeah, he's dead. Yeah, well, you're going to be dead too if you say something about mosquitoes trapped in amber. Yeah, don't, it's like, what would I do with a mosquito trapped in amber? Maybe it might make a nice gem. We already had ourselves a 6 on our big Gandalf 6. Let's see if Ulfus can get a... So, oops. that's the opposite. We're supposed to be getting a Gandalf 6. Now, he did not mention pipeweed, so I'm not sure how that all played out. And again, Bearded Kilt, you want to share anything on the chat there, please go ahead. So appreciate the follow there, Ulfus. Thank you so much. Oh, you know what? We did not get this over here. There we go. Where's that blending brush hiding? So we're just going to grab this. It has no paint on it. We're just going to do stuff like that. So yeah, this was a batch of minis that Armored Wolf did before the Adepticon meeting, if I remember right. And I just kind of hang on to them. It's almost like a Tuesday, Valfera. Yeah, it's like the miniature version of Tuesday. It's like, okay, we need something. Where we go? We're gonna grab this. That's what we're using. Ooh, no, this green instead. Gonna go over here. Come on, more thinner. Man, again, Bearded Kilt, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, that's what we wanted to do. We want to get some of our, just like we did on here. We're gonna bounce back to this guy in a second, because this guy's he's gonna need a chance to chill out just a little bit here. Fine, a little bit of thinner into that. Remember, we were using this as a blending brush on those spacescapes and the stream last night. Everybody check out that Discord link that Bearded Kilt just posted. Give Bearded Kilt a follow. Now, thanks, Velfira. The color scheme, I know it's a little bit hard to see. Now, of course, if you're land dressed, the references in the corner are like the size of a screen. Almost, at least the size of a phone screen. But those are some color schemes that I did back in 2007, Valfira, the original Lizardman army. Now, I don't think they show up in the old Lizardman army photos. Oh, the Saurus on cold ones do. So again, that is the old Lizardman army right there. The engines of the gods scratch built, all of the temple guard basically converted from regular lizards. We sculpted all of their head crests and everything. So there you go. You can kind of see that some orangey stuff there on the Cold One Riders. There's Baby Bobo, the Legend of Sticky Wicket, the General of the Army. Actually, that's a painting I did at, well, you can see right there, Games Day 2009. One more scene of the army there, then we'll get him onto the army display board. The Temple of Blood, which I still do have to this very day. I wonder, where's my Carnosaur? He's around here. He's hanging around somewhere here. Where's Mr. Carnosaur at? There he is. Yeah. So, who knows? Maybe we have to do a Carnosaur like this one for Games Day. That would be kind of appropriate in a way. Yep, Velfir, it's kind of a, well, it's like all of our Lord of the Rings stuff, right? Oh, and our Tomb Kings. Yes, Velfir. Remember, the Tomb Kings were the same way. Same thing, trying to rebuild the Tomb Kings. And we've got ourselves, again, multiple units of Cold One Riders. I've got multiple mage priests on their palanquins. I've even got the mage priest on a whatchamacallit there, on a stegid, not a stegid, yeah, engine of the gods. That's it. Yes. So yeah, surface tension. Those were actually sculpted, made out of Sculpey, and then I cast those, and then I pressed more Sculpey into them. I'm gonna grab me some of this here. Get this out on the palette like you do. Now, Bearded Kilt, well, you'll be doing some streams this weekend like usual, right? That got a little further up than I wanted it to. Take our brush and just, again, blending brush, blend that away. So yeah, surface tension, I think there was a bunch of 40K bases. I did the same thing. I made them out of plastic card and green stuff and everything. And then I made press molds for them. That's it. Yep, I made some press molds for those things. And that's where we had to do a little trick of sticking the mold in the freezer. Because that did a couple of things. First of all, it made the mold much more sturdy. The other thing it did was it actually put some condensation on the mold itself, which meant that the Sculpey was not going to stick in there. So yeah, that did a couple of things. Now, that's a little too much. Okay, look at it here. We got a blending brush. We will just, look at that. Super easy to deal with. So again, yeah, just taking that basically white, chucked it on there. Now we'll take a blending brush, and now we're just going to blend that around here. Now, surface tension, that is what Armored Wolf and I really, 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 really want to do. That is something that, well, I'm hoping to use meshy, actually, essentially as we get into the weekend here, especially on Sunday. I might actually do some playing around with that. Because, we don't have enough other things going on, right? We shall make you a bit lighter here. A little lighter on those bits, and then same thing up over here. Yeah, Velfro, there's definitely something that I really, 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 really want to figure out how to do. Yeah, Surface, especially with all the other programs that I'm trying to learn all at the same time, right? So the palette is just, again, that's that parchment paper. Oh, wait, wrong shelf. I think we got a piece of it here. Here we go. It's actually a good quality parchment paper. I also use the same paper for baking things, and it's just clipped to a piece of cardboard. And that is it. Just a parchment paper clipped to a piece of cardboard. Super simple. Now, I do recommend you get the paper that is flat, because otherwise you have to deal with it, wanting to become, circular again. Definitely no wet palette. I don't actually have one even for acrylics. Basically, I just use essentially discarded plastic Tupperware containers. The lids, yeah, like you go to the grocery store and you get yourself a little thing of, I don't know, some cut up watermelon or something like that. Now let me get a little bit of the lighter blue on some of these things here. Maybe even those. Just throw a little something on here. have anything going on right here. We need something lighter there, I think. So yeah, this by having the parchment paper and then of course the cardboard underneath it that can sort of absorb a little bit of excess linseed or safflower oil, which can be very handy. Ooh, you know what? We never. There we go. That is what we needed there. Blending brush again. So see you later, there, bearded count. And again, hopefully you have yourself a couple of good streams over the weekend. Thank you so much for the raid, and as always, everybody please give Bearded Count a follow if you could. That'd be super. Now we have not done any of our later stuff under here. So Velfair, now that you are back back at the house there, hopefully it's a whole lot easier to try and get some sleep. Again, sorry that I couldn't keep going last night. There was a bunch of other stuff that I had to do. Ooh, yeah, we need to get a little bit more of that down here. Blending brush again. So see, we just take that and there we go. Don't have to paint palette miniatures. Palette miniatures are no bueno. You can't do nothing with palette miniatures. So Velfair, that might be an interesting experiment. I'm just trying to kind of in my brain here, just trying to my feeble brain trying to speculate just what that might do. Actually, ooh, that I don't that just based on especially what I experienced in that series on the big Rakashar figure there, I'm not so sure I'd be super thrilled with that. Yeah, it would do some funky things to the paint. So I would, it's weird because at first I thought, oh yeah, that makes sense, and then I realized from what I experienced, I'm like, nope, that would not actually be a good thing. And it's even hard to explain, though. I don't know if you've seen those episodes, but it was a little freaky what was going on with the water, especially when there's a lot of water in contact with those oils. It was kind of weird, to say the. It wasn't kind of weird. It was a lot of weird. Now the one I don't I don't want to do spoiler alerts, but one of the things that is something I'm speculating is that if there's a lot less humidity in your painting area or whatever, those actually, depending on what the humidity is, it does seem to make them dry faster to the point where I'm going to try them in the wintertime when in this house sometimes the humidity is less than 20%. I've seen it down to like 15. Well, we'll have to break out the water washable oils and we'll see if they actually dry like alkyds. Now, of course, there's a caveat there. That's only if you're using the water to thin them. If you're using other stuff to thin them down, well, then all bets are off with the humidity gambit there, or the dehumidity gambit. There we go. So see, now we got a little bit of some reds in there. Here, let's set him aside because I've been fooling around with that for a while now. Let's get to something over here. Remember, we wanted to do a few little lighter things on these guys. But I kind of needed to let that paint set for a little bit here. Some of that lighter stuff up on the top of these guys here. Get a little bit of a little bit of object source lighting on this, just for fun. Now let me get rid of that. It's too much of the orangey red. Let's start breaking down again a little bit of our magenta here. I was hoping to do some of these edges here on the facets of this rock, whatever it is. Where are we at here with this? I think that's the color we were using. I can maybe even go a teensy bit lighter with that. Yeah, practical dice. When I can remember, I'll just take the. Oh, here we go. The dropper bottle of thinner, and I'll just throw a drop on them. And as it sits there, it kind of breaks them down a little bit. I just have to remember to do that, practical dice. Sometimes I just keep forgetting to do that. And actually, it really you wouldn't think it would make that big a difference. It actually makes a big difference. There's so much time like, wow, yeah, that really does make a big difference. Now on practical dice, I don't know if you had a chance to share anything in the chat there, but yeah, you want to share any of your stuff there, oil painted stuff, whatever's in the chat. Sorry if I forgot to ask sooner. You know what? How's about we get... This is supposed to be a hard surface, all this stuff over here. Let's get something lighter on that, too. There we are. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, practical dice. I first started doing that with the fast matte white, because for whatever reason, that really would, like you say, get all kinds of tacky and hard to break down. So I started doing that. Well, okay, if it works with that, is it going to maybe work with our Paul Rubens stuff? And not everyone needs that. Actually, like the coal black seems to be fine. Some of the other ones, now of course the violet one seems okay. Because guess what? Violet, one of those slow drying colors. Well, hopefully the Malifaux tourney, all that played out as hoped. See what I did there? I'm going to extend that light a little bit further to the right, shall we? Yeah. So again, you can kind of see the interesting effect that the violet on the shield is going to have, as opposed to kind of the just a regular old shield there. Catch a couple more little glints of light down the... Oh, and then up here we got a... Here we go. We are missing a wee bit of that up here. You know what? Somehow gotta get a little touch of that light over there. Yeah, that works. Still need a little reflected light or something on the flip side of this. Gonna take this as a blending brush here. There you go. Practical dice. I know that the latest army painting series, well, the latest completed, that was the Trench Crusade. There was the like the Primarch guy. That could be helpful. Also, practical dice. I did do that. Oh, was that? That was a Flesh of Gods bust, right? We did that on stream right before it, Gen Con. Yeah. So have a good walk there, Surface Tension. Again, here's hoping that the Welshlandic shield is not deactivated for too long there. We don't want everybody collapsing. Do that. Gonna get the light up there. A little more of it on that edge. Two. Just working with the little bit of the Paul Rubens fluoro alkyds there. Sure, we'll fill in this with a little bit more of our light there. Now on the edges of this maybe, but not too much. That was too much. Yeah, practical dice. Now, of course, oh, what is it? Oh, here we go. 1 second. We used this, right, the alkyd medium, and combined it, well, ideally with the Perline Crimson, but that's a mighty expensive one. So if you take something like, say, the Perline Red and mix that with either Van Dyke Brown or maybe an Indigo or something like that, then you mix the that that I think that's the walnut-based alkyd medium. Then it becomes hyper translucent. Also picks up some extra gloss too. And that was pretty interesting, again, for doing the blood effects there. And then, of course, on that, if I had done more indigo or even Payne's Gray or something like that with the walnut oil stuff, with the alkyd medium, that would have kind of given it that weird sort of purple intestine type stuff going on. Now, I'm pretty sure, well, I know I've got some Lost Kingdom Nurgle stuff. I've got other Nurgle things we'll see if we can do it on that. Oh, also, I think Creature Caster has some stuff that would be kind of appropriate with that. I wonder. Yeah, that's we never really did get that with our darker Van Dyke Brown mix. I'm also gonna try and get here. I forgot. It's only been about, I don't know. Let's see, almost 20 years since I last painted Elysian this color scheme. I forgot all about what I did here with these things. Yeah, let's get some bluesies in there. That's right. Why, it's been a long time. Some dark along that, a little dark along here. Underside of this, better make that just darker here. Another little edge there we need to take down. Did I get the... I did get some of that. I got to get the lighter blue in there then. But now, here, let's take this. Drop that down with our Van Dyke Brown. Then we'll lighten it back up again. There we go. That makes a whole lot more sense than what we had there. Practical dice, that guy was way bigger than I actually thought. At first I thought, okay, he's just kind of a little larger infantry. No, he was. Those wings made him awful big. Did not realize just how gigantic he was. That did make that series a little bit more interesting, a little bit different than some of a typical series that doesn't have something that gigantic in it usually. There was the one series with the owl bear. That was probably the last time something that big was part of a regular army painting series. All right, what are we doing here? We got some of that. There we go. Yeah, I completely forgot that in the old days I generally filled in these with our blue and red. Forgot all about that. Now, it's been a while. Push that over here maybe. About there's a little more than I wanted with that, but that's okay. Can come back and remove some of that if we need to. Let me catch the lighter bottom edge of these. Kind of lost sight of that a little bit, and this our blue inside of those. Now here, let's get a touch of lighter shading there. That was just way too light for what we needed there. That darker leather. Yeah, we've got our source light going up there now. I'm going to try to get me a little bit more of this bluish green down here on the opposite side of the source lighting there. So again, it's a gold shield. The only part of it that has any yellow is this tiny little portion right here. Everywhere else, no yellow. As in nothing yellow whatsoever. There's greens, there's violet, there's even blue. But our gold shield, the color that there is the least of, would be, well, yeah, yellow. You just have to flash a little bit of yellow in some places, and then the eye kind of fills in the rest. Let me, do the same kind of deal over here with these guys. Those should not be orange. Oh, geez, Velfra. Now I know. I was like, well, there's something that we haven't actually done. We have not actually done a film noir Valfera. Which, especially on this one, should be quite interesting, I'm thinking. So we got our orange here. Where's some of my white there? I think that, yeah. No, that's definitely lighter than what we have for our latest orange. Yep, made that up here on his fingers. Maybe a little bit lighter on the chest. What do we got up here on his face? Trying to bring out a little bit more of our lights there. Hey there, B-dubs, how you doing? Happy Saturday there, B-dubs. I hope that things have been okay for the last 2-3 weeks there. Thanks, B-dubs. Let me see. 3 hours 26 minutes ago, we started on these guys with nothing more than some dark brown primer and the oil paints. Now, B-dubs, I don't know if you saw last night and we're just gonna call it our Flat Thursday challenge. Doing 4 separate oil paintings, all in one stream. And again, tomorrow, of course, or Saturday anyway, on our stream, we'll be doing our Saturday challenge. We'll be painting up a whole bunch of the Merchant Guard. And these are the old classic Merchant Guard too. Yeah, B-dub, that was super fun. And well, like I was saying on that stream, I've got 3 more paintings that I can chop up, and then I think what I'll try and do is do some more setups like that on because I got a bunch more of those 11 by 14 boards. We'll just do a bunch more, and then we'll chop those up into pieces. Although I do want to do some landscapes, do some mountains there. So was that one of the very first landscape that I did with the oil paints? I think it's on the YouTube channel. That was the Lonely Mountain. Yeah, we'll have to do that again. Camo a little bit more right there. Okay. Maybe the edge of this too. Sure, let's catch the edge of that. Same over here. Right along this. And more over here. Bring in a bit more of our light on this glowy part here. And B-dub, again, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Hopefully you've had a chance to maybe do a little bit of painting. Or maybe you get a chance to do some of that this weekend here. Thanks to Armored Wolf for sharing the merch link there. There's a few oh, that's right, some of the speaking of the paintings, I was hoping to turn some of our paintings at least into mouse pads, but there's also now the prints. I want to make sure that those are okay quality, so I actually I might make one of those and then just get one myself and then see how do they turn out. Oh, that's fantastic, B-dubs. Well, you'll be seeing some Croxagores on stream and also in tutorial vids coming up for sure. So yeah, B-dubs. This is an old color scheme. Is the very first color scheme that I did for the Lizards back in 2007. The Lizardmen. They were the first army that I ever did. At least first fantasy army. Let me throw a little bit more dark into that. Now we need some grayish something here. It's a little too late. Now I think I can use this lighter stuff here. On the nail. Oop. Yep, there we go. I think. That should be much darker there. Alright, we can do that. There we go. So again, here's our other guy. Let's get back to him now. We will do some lighter brown up here. Is that going to be too late? If it is, we'll back off. It's got more of a gray to it as well. How's about some of that here and under there now? Practical dice, it's not really my favorite thing. Yeah, it's not really my favorite thing ever, but these tend to get not wiped out so fast. So these are almost kind of like how we use these to preserve our, brushes like this, right? Or the golden maples to preserve our liner brushes like this. So I think these in concert with the filbert brushes might actually not be too bad. I definitely prefer the filbert brushes 100%, but it's easier to find those kind of makeup brushes there, especially in larger quantities. Let me see. What was the? Oh yeah, it was our army painting series. Yeah, the high elves. I also used, let's see, some of the golden maple ones, some of the GSW ones. I mean, much rather would use the filberts all the time, but filberts, they can get kind of on the pricier side, sort of. Let's not get too light with our orangey yellow there. His toes right there. His knee, a little bit lighter with the arm now. Not too much of the light on the shadow side of his arm. We're going, yeah, let's lighten that up a touch there. Now all the way back to our orange over here. We really didn't get very much of that on the underside of them here. And now that that's had a chance to set, it's really a lot easier to get this color applied on there too. Now, of course, the alkyds are going to be faster setting, not just faster drying, but also faster setting. Practical dice I've seen filberts kind of start out, the stream as brand new, or a video or something like that, and by the end of the video or the stream, all of a sudden, they look like, let's just put it this way, they look like they've seen a little too much action. And I noticed that the other kind of dry brush type things, whatever the makeup brushes, those didn't seem to get destroyed as quickly. They also were, I think, definitely less pricey. So another positive thing there. And again, I'll just one at some point I'll just start looking around on Amazon for just regular old kind of makeup brushes, but like these. Did I get orange on the other side of his tail? Nope, I didn't think so. Let's get that going here on the other side of his tail. I think, yeah, that's something I was waiting for, was for the for that orange to set there. No problems. We're only 3.5 hours in, and there's plenty of golds on here. There's the object source lighting, and lots of different things to engage in here. And that also should be orange there. That makes a little more sense now. Ah, yeah, we'll get some of this orange down here again. Also over here on this leg. Oh, big difference there. More of that orange on this. Might even, if that gets too late, it's going to look too much like our yellow. But we were doing the green reflection. I'm going to actually do a little bit of that right over there. Now here, can't really do that. No, not on his foot, on his leg armor there. Not can't. I'll just get some of my later green. I think we already did our darker brown in there. What else? Yeah, more of the orange up here. Not on that. Okay, now we got to get to that much later orange on his feetses here. I'll put a little thinner in that. Ah, there we go. Much better. Back of his leg. Maybe something on these guys here, and then on the tail. I was looking to see, do I need to go later on the green on his tail? Probably not. This, however, also reflected light there. Just looking at that going, that's just a whole bunch of dark. We don't have any reflected light. Gotta make sure we have some there. Hey there, Recoil. Great to see ya. So Recoil, I haven't heard of those folks before, but I mean there are U.S. based. It looks an awful lot like you said the Geek Gaming stuff, but I'll try to snag some Recoil, and again that way we can have nothing like a direct comparison to really know if they are the same thing, one's better than the other or not. So thanks for sending that link there, Recoil. And of course, speaking of basing stuff, because more basing, more better, right? Recoil. If you want to share some of your fabulous basing stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And hopefully, Mom is really kind of settling in at home there. maybe kind of the, starting to do a little bit better just now, having the familiar surroundings back again. Come on, let me get down into that with this orange here. Yeah, I'm gonna push it on this side of his chest here a little bit more. And we'll lighten up this a bit more. So recoil, yeah, I'm gonna try the spice cake mix with the mango stuff. I think that'll be a good match. We're gonna find out one way or another, right? Recoil. So yeah, recoil. I mean, obviously we both kind of go through a wee bit of that stuff, so it's having more access to different producers of that. Not a terrible thing. So again, trying to get some of the lighter stuff into his chest now, like we did with the big guy here. Where's he hiding? There he is. We're gonna try and get some of the green, right, into these shadows here. Now we did do that with the original ones too. We actually did do that with the original ones. So here's that chromium oxide green. That is going to get down into our crevices here. Yes, green and orange mixing together. That's how we roll. More of that down in here. Also up against his necklace thing. No. Let me look at my reference here super quick. Yeah, so we did do. Now, can you see it on his? You can't really see it on his too much. It's kind of covered. But here we can do some spots. I'll let a little bit of the sap green mix in with that. And these are going to have to be some different sizes here. But there we go, doing some spots. More spots. Maybe a little bit bigger there. Okay, so there's some of our green spots on his orange chest there. So in some places over here, we've got actually orange in the recesses of the greens. Now we've got some greens in the recess of the orange. And again, this is a color scheme from years ago. Where's my? There's some of that oxide green, a little bit of the radiant green. Get rid of some of that extra paint. This is that's thinned down a little too much. Let's make that a bit thicker again. Not so thick that it's got a big chunk hanging off the end of the brush, though. Also, yeah, let's do that here. Trying to, ooh, that went a little wonky there, that one little light on the top of that scale. Let me roll in with some of this now. Hey there, Goliath Games. How you doing? Great to see you back. So we're using the oil paints like usual. Most of these, in this instance, they're going to be the alkyds. So a good portion of them, like our Naples Yellow Hue, that's the Griffin alkyds from Winsor Newton. And then we've also been using the Paul Rubens alkyds here. These you can get on Amazon, which is nice. And now they come in sets, unlike our usual paints, which you have to buy those individually. With the Paul Rubens, you get those in sets. And there's technically basically 3 separate sets. Recoil, I actually have to construct myself a very large vertical photo backdrop for the videos on Isengard and let's see, also, well, Minas Morgul. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some really interesting stuff for the background on some of the things that have really big tower, like again our Isengard, also to probably Minas Tirith if I'm gonna have the white tower. Let me hit this here with our greens. Okay. Now let me see if we can't do a wee bit of our source lighting on this guy here. So some of that oxide green. In some of the areas there where that is again is not going to be necessarily hitting the face. Touch of our light mixed in with that. Little bit extra here with their green. Then that's gonna be more of the orange. Yeah, we got to get some more orange on the underside of this. I will use maybe this brush here just to again get that orange down there super quick. More of it over here. Hey there, Renlor. Happy. Well, actually, for you, it's still a happy Friday. You got like 35 minutes of a happy Friday. Actually, there's believe it or not, there is more Moria terrain that I have to print out. Now, of course, you would think, what's the scariest thing that you are going to run across in Moria? Well, you think it's going to be a Balrog, right? I say no. Gandalf also says no. This is the terror of the deep. Yes, indeed. That would be the mimes. Yes, they are French, and yes, they are goblins. Oh, look at that. You got the pogo stick guy back there. You got the parasol guy. It says jetez-moi. That says toss me. Our goblins, of course, here, they're very fashionable. They are super fashionable, like the most fashionable of all creatures of Middle Earth. Looky there, you got some top hats. You've got berets, of course. You even have a chef's hat. Now, for whatever reason, the guy with the chef's hat, he does he doesn't have his oven mitt grabbing the very toasty baguette. So they're fashionable, but not necessarily very smart. Right, Symes? How you doing? Now, of course, Charles de Gaulle there with his 2 stars, he is quite clever. Speaking of stars, Francois and Pierre here, they thought they were the stars of the team. Blocking, tackling, that rough stuff, that was not really their thing. That was not their vibe. Obviously, you can see that they are master sommelier. So something like a fine Chablis or a Sauvignon, something like that, Cabernet. That's kind of their thing. That's their thing. Now we've been talking about 3D printing and how that changes the miniatures industry. Well, there was no 3D printing when I did this because it was 2006. Yeah, there was barely any plastic goblins to be had. Well, Symes, we've painted one or two Balrogs right on the channel for sure. So again, that is our old Mimes of Moria. Now, of course, again, I think we painted at least three Balrogs on the channel here. There's one of them. That's Benny the Balrog. But I know we've painted at least one or two other ones. And Symes, of course, you start out with the object source lighting, like always. Then you don't have to. There's not quite as much guesswork, right? Most of it's orange, kind of like all the Ifrits that we did. I don't know if you saw those that we were painting up. All of those Ifrits from Conquest. We basically started out with the orange because we knew there was going to be lots of source lighting on them. Oh, that's your Ursa, right, Renlor? And of course, Renlor, if you wanted to share any of your Gen Con stuff there, please go ahead and do that. You know, I'm going to get me some more of my Fastman White, some more of the orange here. So, and I'm still insisting that this is basically pure orange in disguise. So yeah, Symes, there's definitely more than one Balrog that we have painted on the stream, and also I think I did one as a tutorial video. You can check them out. I'm sure at least one or two of them is on the YouTube channel, for sure. All right, there's that. Where's our magenta here? Speaking of source lighty things, which we're doing right now. Let's get that a bit later now. So yeah, Renlor, again, congratulations and all the good stuffs there. And of course, Armored Wolf, best of show, Gen Con 2025. That is your moderator right there, bestest moderator on the Twitches. We'll catch a bit of light on this now. Where's my, there's me Violet. So say hello to Mum for me there, Recoil, and obviously I'm sure Squeak is a whole lot happier. That might be a little too light. Here, let me get a bit more magenta into that. Maybe on the other side, we'll just go with more of the green over here, I think. That's fine. That is just fine. Bit of it back there. More of it down there, and then some down here too. And then we got here's some of our asphaltum. We need that little dividing line there. There we go. We're kind of missing that. Dark on the other side of these guys. So look at that. You see how we've got already a nice little separation without really working super hard on that. That needs to be darker as well. Now we gotta get some of our blue into here eventually. On that thing on his chest right there. Bit more light into this. So again, great to see you there, Rendler. Now, of course, tomorrow again, a Saturday challenge. We're gonna see how many of those merchant guard that we can get painted up in our stream. Oh, get me some violet now, mixed with the magenta. We're gonna darken you down. We're also gonna get a little bit of the dark in here. Darker this is, the lighter that other stuff down in the interior is gonna be. Yeah. Need some of that over here now. And plain black. More of the pearline black here. More of that along here. Gee whiz. No wonder it doesn't look like he's got himself a mouth. There's no dark in there. That's better. He's the only one that's got his mouth closed. That's it. That's what's going on. Alright, where's my Van Dyke Brown? We're gonna figure out where the little ropes are or whatever's. The edges of the armor here too. More of our Van Dyke Brown over here. Edge of this. Edge of this. Now let's do some lighter stuff on our shields. Like maybe here. Also up there. Now there. Yep, a little bit on that. We'll see you later there, Recoil. Thanks for being here, and again, say hello to Mom for me. I'll get you shoot you a message after the stream here. We're gonna lighten you up now. Again, so 4 hours ago, our 3 lizards, count them, 1, 2, and 3, had well, no paint on them whatsoever. Oh, geez, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. We could use ourselves a wee bit of medicine. Medicine's always good, right, Recoil? Thank you so much. Now, oh yeah, and this thing here too, and then we'll get some of our Some of the red in their little triangles here, some of the blue in their little triangles, like now you can kind of see some of it down there, and some of, here we go, in those on his shield. So appreciate you being here, Recoil. Thank you so much. That's going to need some more of an orange too, I think. But first, more of the later stuff here on the... Yeah, there we are. So let's see, Rindler, so I got another, another Tuesday coming up there. And best of luck with all the Ursa endeavors there. I think actually Metalhead Minis is going to be up there doing classes if I saw that correctly. Ooh, blending brush here. I think, that's right. I think we had the raid from Bearded Celt just as we were going to do this. So that I wasn't imagining things. So for all of those that want to head on up to Battle Zone Ursa there, you can also get yourself a class with Metalhead Minis. I'm going to try to lighten... Oop, not that bottom portion, just the top portion. And like we've mentioned earlier in the stream, I just posted the latest army painting series video on the Patreon page, and we just finished a very exciting video on all manner of tree foliage. 5 different trees. First time I've ever used this technique at all for flowering trees or for fall foliage trees. I've done a bunch of winter kind of fir tree, pine tree things, but first time ever for doing basically your more regular deciduous type tree in winter. Now, what do we got going on here? Look, we got the light there, we got dark in the middle, and now we got the green reflected light. Metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings. Otherwise, not so much metal. Maybe cardboard, maybe cloth, maybe skin, not metal. Thanks, Symes. Actually, Symes, there's more Balrogs yet to come. You have not seen the last of the Balrogs. There's more. Also, too, let's see, I think at least 6 Oliphants that need to be painted up. Yeah, just, well, really more than that, but at least 6. And now again, the GW one there, that's the old metal one. That is the old metal one, and I was literally in the basement. I was hunting around for something, and I ran across. I dug too deep and too greedily, and I found a Balrog. That's how that goes. Sure, we'll chuck some of our lighter greens back here. I was looking around, and I was, what's in here? And it was a little plastic little plastic bin, and it weighed a heck of a lot for a little plastic bin, and that's because there was an old metal Balrog inside. And that was Benny the Balrog. Lighter green over on this. More of the chromium oxide green in there too. Yep. Then I've got a couple of 3D printed, actually not just a couple, a bunch of 3D printed ones. All right, that's going to get a little bit lighter now too. Symes, the nice thing, we were talking about like the color charts, right? Talking about, well, you could just take other miniatures and paint those up in, no, not necessarily another Balrog, but something that maybe has some orange object source lighting on it, so that lets you kind of just do a little bit of practicing right before you get down to the Balrog itself. And again, the color charts, you can never go wrong doing the color charts. They reveal so much, right? I mean, again, and it's not just what the color looks like, but is it a stronger color? Is it a weaker color? Whatever. Now, does it have a little more gloss to it? A little bit more of a matte type of a finish? So we'll get lots of different things that reveals. And like I said, you got yourself maybe some Bones minis or some Schmesh Marines or something like that, just kind of laying around. Maybe just grab some of those. Use those as some color test figs. And that way, when it comes down to painting the Balrog, you feel a little bit more like, yeah, I've been doing this, I've done this before. This is no big deal. And the nice thing is, with the oils, if you don't like what you got, you can always just wipe it away. That is one of the other fabulous things about the oil paints. You say, nah, I'm not super thrilled with this result. Fine, I'll just wipe it away. I'll do something else. Find a little bit more of the magenta in there. Some of that down here. Some of that on his arm. Let's try some lighter greens here. Even lighter. There we go. We had a whole passel of mid-tones. Some darks too, but now we're going to start getting some lighter things between our greens, between our oranges. And no, not the oranges on our fabulous tree from our latest tutorial video. Look at there. And that's an FDM printed tree. Well, basically FDM tree supports that we put together with the hot glue gun. We texturized it, and then we, in the most recent video, we did foliage on a whole bunch of different trees. 5 different tree types. And that was really fun. I enjoyed the heck out of that because, well, I love terrain no matter what. See, that doesn't go there. Oh, look, I just wiped it away. Now it's not there anymore. It's gone. Don't have to worry about it. So yeah, with the oil paints, don't have to. Well, I don't never strip down miniatures with the acrylics either. But yeah, with the oil paint, something happens that that is not bueno. I'm gonna just wipe it away and try that one again. More of that lighter stuff along the edges here. Yeah, something like that. Up on the top of him here. Things on his on these little spines here. Blending brush. Push that this away. We do need some lighter stuff on our shield over here. Ah, this thing too. Once again with the blending brush here. Just let that all get mixed together. How's about some more of our orange on the legs here? So Symes, the Middle Earth strategy battle game. That's kind of the primary one. Also bolt action. Got at least 17 different bolt action armies, and well, we have basically now at this point, pretty much every army that is in Middle Earth strategy battle game, even the legendary legions. We are still working on that. We're still creating more. Now, those 1/1800 scale ships that we've been doing on our Armada Mondays, this can be used in Victory at Sea. That's a game by Warlord. It's also 1/1800 scale. Now, since you measure from the bridge, it doesn't matter base size or anything like that. But yeah, that's Victory at Sea. I have not had a chance to try that yet. Trying to find some playthrough videos. There's not always necessarily any decent playthrough videos, so you don't necessarily really learn how the game gets played. Sometimes it's more just two people rolling dice and barely saying anything. Nice to see you there, Plankwalker. Happy Saturday. Appreciate you being here. That's fantastic, Symes. Now, of course, one of the several things I enjoy about MESBG is how interactive it is with terrain, and that's why we're creating all those different environments. Also, even trying to develop the rules for Middle Earth War at Sea, because well, I've got Corsair ships, Elf ships, Doamra ships. We'll have some. I even have Easterling ships. And again, I really, really, really do enjoy MESBG because there's you can kind of interrupt the actions. There you got your might points, heroic actions. So you might think you've got everything all set up and good to go, and then you find out, well, maybe it's not quite as inevitable as I thought it was going to be. And that, again, is something that I like about it, because I'm not a big fan of just inevitable results where it's like, well, we could just start taking stuff off the table and we haven't even rolled any dice yet. Going with a lighter orange up here on his face. his chest there. His neck. Thighs, again, if you're willing to let that be the case, I know that Infinity is another game that is very interactive with terrain. And also, too, where, I mean, uh, one of the environments I'm creating is Lothlorien, where essentially the entire game is going to take place up in the trees, which means that all you have to do is push somebody off the tree, and, well, that's going to hurt on the way down. So you don't necessarily have to kill things. Sometimes just winning the fight and pushing somebody might just be enough to achieve the desired result. Now let's see. Oh, so and the other thing. Well, like I have all of Minas Morgul printed out, entire city like Dol Amroth. So then it almost starts to become a little bit like almost like a dungeon crawl type thing, where there's parts of the city that you have to clear out. We're also going to be using the War of the Ring board game as a strategic AI to generate those games of Middle-earth strategy battle game, which means you could have uneven matchups, sometimes maybe very uneven. But that is where some of the off-board actions, think a little bit almost like a Song of Ice and Fire. Get more of the orange in there. Let's get some of that lighter orange on his foot over here. And his leg there. In fact, well, we'll be painting up a whole bunch of Harad Merchant Guard on the stream tomorrow. We'll be prepping those after the stream tonight. Well, this morning, now that it's almost 3 in the morning. Come on, work it. Yeah, there we go. That does separate that nicely. We got some of that going on down here. We'll get some red in this stuff too. But ultimately, hoping to live stream those games instead of trying to do the traditional battle report type thing. You know what? I'm going to actually change that and make that a blue gem. Now these things here, we're going to make one of those blue, one of them red, I think. There we go. Some of our Mars yellow deep. Oh, let's see, get some of the asphaltum into that. Some of that, this thing on his leg. Now let's get some of the dark around that. Van Dyke Brown. That will also sharpen the edges here. Then we'll get our final highlights on that. That should also make a big difference. We need to separate that a little bit sharper. Did we do that on this side? We did not yet. Darker there. Separate some of this. Now I think, yeah, I'm gonna have to get me some of my Windsor Red out here. I believe this is, yes, Windsor Red. You'll just go over there. Break it down. We'll just bring it over here so I can use that. I'm going to get me a little bit of my later stuff in there. That will also help make that a bit more opaque. More of it here. And then we've got this thing to do. Maybe a little bit more of the Windsor Red on that brush. And then there is some of this on the base down here. Having done this pattern many times on my own bases that I sculpted, yeah, I've seen that many times. Dark again there. Okay, we've pretty much separated that with our dark there too. Lighter blue, perhaps. Prussian blue. Some of this stuff on there. And then on this. Those little rings on the tail, those have been around for a long time. Lighter blue on these little bits of gemstone there. Not better thin that down. Let's break this down a little bit more here. Bit more of the lighter blue on the top of that deal. Now these. Over here. Do I have any of my fast map? I have a little bit of it here. Lighten up you. Little highlight up there. Also on that little crazy ring there. Now let's go back to this blue here. Maybe not even that light for the stuff down here on the base. Touch lighter now, maybe, yeah. Whoops. A touch lighter, not that much lighter. And there's that. Bit of the lighter blue up in there. That's good enough for that. Okay, I am gonna get me one more round of our fast matte white out here. Let's do that. That's nice. break that down some more here. So the shield here, let's get some super bright highlights on a few parts of this. Again, metal is going to need stuff like that. Some bright shiny highlights. Like on the ends of these. Also down here. Also over there. See a little chain of highlights comes down there. And we'll do this now. Lighter here. Right along that. Yeah. Now we got that extra little bit of the sparklies there that we were wanting. We'll use this as a blending brush here. Smooth that out a little. There we go. Just a little bit tap, tap, tap. A little bit of stippling there. Just a little bit. And now for some highlights on the stuff up here. Also on this crazy little thing on his wrist here. Blending brush. Top of this. A little bit more into there. And now we got the stuff on the legs here. I think this might need a combo of some of the really light highlights, but also some, maybe some darks. Probably some of the asphaltum. Nope, that does not go there. Let me go back to some of my Mars Yellow Jeep here. It's more of an ochre. Might want to still get some green reflections in this. Oh, actually, that's right here. Let's do a little changeola here on these things. We'll make those like the shield. Should offer actually a little extra contrast too. Just like it did on the shield. There we go. Some more like it. Asphaltum. Now again, this is one of those more translucent type colors. Really like using this on the horses too. Actually, you'll be seeing this probably used as a skin tone tomorrow. Well, on the Saturday stream anyways. Yeah, don't be surprised if you see it used as a skin tone on our Merchant Guard. Hit that too. And since it is translucent, we don't necessarily have to use a glaze to make it have a glaze look. We can actually dry brush that stuff. Indian yellow, same way. Quinacridone magenta, same way. Those are all super translucent colors. back to my light again. Touch lighter here. A little bit of thinner, not too much though. Again, that's going to turn into a pinline wash, and then it's going to basically fill in the very crevices that we're trying to accentuate here with the lighter stuff. So yeah, let's not wipe those out with a pinline wash that we don't want. Back to the shield here, and also now this on the leg there. Catch a few little lights on the top of that. You're gonna get your little light on you there. Do we have some light there? Yeah, a little bit on the feet. Now, how about the base right here? Look at this. Some of our brown, Van Dyke brown, that is. And just doing some dry brush stuff here. Also down in there. Getting a little light. I wanted it to be too light there. Touch of that under the leg there. Some of the lighter stuff on the base over here. You know what? I'm actually tempted to kind of do it like what I did on my own bases, where that actually had a little bit of the gold on it there. Got our yellow up here. There we go. We'll do it something like that. Well, see you later there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Of course, Inganes, if you want to share your stuff one more time in the chat before you head on out there, have yourself a fabulous Saturday there, for sure. So I'm not sure what all those initials are there, Rendler. That I need a little bit more than a bunch of letters there. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if that's Williamsburg or something like that combined with other names in there. So everybody check out that Instagram link that was just shared by Inganes, and give Inganes a follow. Again, Rinlor, well, I think you have the whatchamacallits, right? The alkyds from Paul Rubens, I think. So yeah, if you've got the Paul Rubens, you're pretty far along your way there. I think that's where you just kind of grab a few of the Winsor Newton Griffins. Maybe things like the Payne's Gray, the magenta there, the quinacridone magenta, the dioxazine violet, because the violet that is in the Paul Rubens. It's not good. It's not quite the same as the Diox Violet. It's not quite the same thing. Doesn't quite have the same oomph that Dioxazine Violet does. You know, I think that's more of a tooth right there. So we'll take this and some of this, and that's going to go on here. And definitely let yourself, kind of use the Paul Rubens, some of the other stuff, because then you'll find out, okay, yeah, you know what, this is a color I'm probably not going to use all that often, or holy smokes, I could really use this. Also, Indian yellow, that is not part of any set or anything like that. That is a hugely helpful color, and that is also not in the Paul Rubens set. So Indian yellow, that's another one. If you want to get a separate Prussian blue, there is a Prussian blue in the Paul Rubens set, but it's not necessarily. It's not exactly the real thing. Oh, and Viridian, that's right. So the Viridian from the Paul Rubens is definitely nowhere near as snazzy as your traditional phthalo greens. That's another one that you'll probably want to snag in the Winsor Newton alkyds there. So those are some of your critical ones. The Prussian blue, the phthalo green, the quinacridone magenta, the dioxazine violet, Indian yellow. Those are going to be key for several different things. Indian yellow was a big part of what we did tonight, and we did use some of the dioxazine violet as well. Mix that with the Indian yellow, that kind of creates a fabulous sort of amber type color. Shoot some more of our lightest light up there on the edges of the weapon here. Here's a couple of places that I can actually get me some of this, some light highlights here too. All right. Now that, here, let me get a little bit of reflection there. Blending brush here. Did I do the, let me get this one stage lighter sky blue there. Also down here. And there we are. Not so much on these, because he's standing on top of that. The shield is casting a shadow on there, so not so much down there. Still working. Yeah, still got our fast matte white out here. Trying to separate. Oh, yeah, let me get a little bit of highlight on the edge of that part of the shield, because again, the light coming down like this here. Yeah, let's do, oh geez, yeah, we definitely gotta get some light on the very tops of these. Again, not quite sure that's supposed to all be metal or what that's supposed to be. Here's another instance here. I think now we need to combat here some of our asphaltum, some of our Mars yellow deep there. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's better. Right down in there. Yeah, because that was looking mighty flat there for sure. Same with this guy. We're going to make him come forward a little bit. Back to our breaking down some more of this fast matte white. And here. I don't think, oh wait, up here. That's another spot I might try to lighten up. These two. Yeah, the facets of the stone here, whatever. That makes it a little bit lighter now. Teensy bit of our light along there. On the scales up here, I mean, they are very close to our light source there. Well, yep, do that edge too. You know, at the top side of this, where's my Van Dyke brown here? Break that down. A little bit of the asphaltum, maybe. Okay, now that's separate. It was kind of like melding into his chest right there. That needs some reflected light. I guess a little more than that. Whoops, not that light. Some of that down over here. That works, yeah. Ooh, same thing with that. Here, let me get this as full tom. Now this particular 18-0 liner, this is kind of almost at the end of its frontline service. It's seen a lot of service. It's really beat up. So it might it's facing relegation soon. It's going to be used for things like for some basically finer glaze type stuff. Where it's pretty rough on a brand new 18.0, but again, one that's kind of a little bit beat up works pretty well for that. I might throw a little more of the darker to separate again the reflected light from the primary light source and also our object source. Blending brush, there we go. Again, there's almost no yellow in our gold here. Gold is shiny. I mean, it's super shiny, even more shiny than your other metals, so it should be that much more reflective, which means it's going to reflect all this other good stuff all around it, right? I'm going to try to... Oh, yeah, here's another edge or two. Why, now I'm extra glad I've been messing around with this thing before we start doing something like the Carnosaur. Because now I'm gonna get to see, okay, what is like the old days of our lizards and what kind of stuff are they doing with the newer stuff. Not that the Carnosaur is a newer one. That's kind of the, let's say, Gen 3 lizards, really. I usually call it 2000. No, it's more like, yeah, it is like Gen 3. Because Gen 1 was the old 5th edition stuff, the more Mayan looking Lizardmen. Then in 2003, they went more to an Aztec kind of a look. And then they sort of redid them again back in 2010 or something, I don't know. Let me get some of this on the leg right there, get rid of some of the light that's on that. And alright, that's other side of his mouth here. Yeah, I'll darken some more of this down here in the shadow areas. Now this deal on his leg, we're going to try and... good, we still do have some of our fast matte white here. We're going to start breaking this down. That edge, boom, that definitely stands out some more. Now here, let's get some bright highlights on the his claws slash talons there. We'll lighten, yeah, lighten up the edge of this thing too. thinking there's still an eye there. Can't really tell. Some of these scales on the top of his head here. Yeah, we got those plenty light enough. Good enough there, okay. What about the top of this strap or whatever this is? It's got the little things hanging off of it. Our tree stump here. Let me get the Terra Rosa. Some of the asphaltum, and that'll be a little bit less gray. Blending brush here, let that mix in with the gray. So now our stone is going to have a little different color than this. And it also should be a little bit different from what we have on these legs too. So I'm going to mix the violet, here we go. Some of the violet in with that. Or radiant violet, sorry. It's also not radiant violet. It's almost like it's a little bit of a skin tone there. Yep, let's get that on the tree over there so that, again, doesn't look too much like it's just part of the stone. However, that the violet that we're using to kind of lighten this up is in the stone already. Remember, we like to take our radiant violet and our radiant green, mix those together, make radiant gray. Violet and green, they make gray. So instead of the dead gray, like you just literally buy a tube of gray paint, I've seen people so many times buying jars of gray acrylic paint. There's many, many, many easy ways to make fabulous gray. Instead of having to buy it, you have all that you need already to make fabulous grays. And I don't mean black and white either. You could mix a super, well, again, something like a radiant green, mix that with a Van Dyke brown or a indigo or something. You're going to get yourself a very nifty gray. It's going to a gray that actually has a color to it instead of a dead gray that's just flat. And that's what you're going to get when you have anything well mixed with black. Pretty much just going to have a dead gray. But now here as we approach the 5-hour mark, and well, now it's 3:30 in the morning here. I think we're gonna, well, we gotta get all those figures put together. We're not gonna have much of a Saturday stream if we don't have a whole passel of Merchant Guard to paint. So this is where we say thanks for Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. This is where we say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We also had the raids. Appreciate those too. And we will be, again, later today, we will be back at it, painting a whole bunch, even more miniatures than what we painted here with our Lizzies. Let's take a little look at our Lizzies here. We got one, we got two, we got three Lizzies right here in our 5-hour stream. Again, not all of them have the source lighting, but again, kind of a reprising a color scheme from years ago, like you see in the down in the corners there. I don't know if I've had a chance to raid Tenebrum in a long time, so we're gonna do that now. Here's our raid counter underway. So again, I appreciate again all the bits and the subs and stuff. Oh, Sorry, Arid. I'm actually doing the raid thing here. Now I'll shoot you a message with some pictures of some of the stuffs there, Arid. So sorry, Arid. We'll see you on Saturday though. Well, later today, and have fun on your stream too.